All right. Can't believe it's been a week. So it's only been a week. It felt like it took forever. Hey, everybody. Work's picking up. It's been really busy on this end, and it's going to be very busy in a couple of weeks. Man, work sucks. But anyway, it makes these particular days all the more good to look forward to. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the next episode of Simple Path. And say hello to my lovely players.
Wait,
Today-
mic check.
Everybody.
Hello.
Mic check.
Oh yeah, mic check.
Yep.
Hello.
Audio's coming through
Bala,
just
bala,
fine.
bala, bala, bala. Okay, we're good.
Today is going to be a good session because this particular arc of story is something I've been looking forward to for a while now.
Eddie, don't say shut up.
Say
Man,
shut up.
she used to love my story time.
You used to love.
Guess I'm not reading her bedtime stories.
Addie's getting rebellious already.
Mm. All these fantasies I had of being Uncle Quest. Oh well. Anyway.
Uncle.
So, the party, after spending I would say pretty decent day, stopping by one of the villages, a couple of you got to speak with an older couple living on the outskirts of the village. The Holo got to experience his first actual puissant moment of social awareness, which he immediately regretted thereafter, and then it began to plague him for the rest of that day, as they then also had to deal with a young woman speaking to him, and he was being alone in the room with her. That happened.
You want to pet my Cappy? You want to pet my capybara?
Pet my capybara.
Pets are chick
wanna see my
magnets,
Lego
man.
collection?
But yeah,
You
that
already
happened. After that was resolved, the party then loaded back up into the wagons. The horses were now fed, watered, and rested after a quick day and a half bolting out of the city, with only intermittent rests in between. Hopefully, now you've got enough solid landmass between you and the pirate lord that he wouldn't dare think of, I don't know, flying his ship overseas and landing it on you.
That sounds rather ominous.
I think of myself as an optimist. I don't know about you guys. Then again, it is your lives at stake. Yeah. After then leaving the village and spending another couple of days traveling, after which, Chico, Mallory, and a couple others assisting, opened up a puzzle box which had been retrieved from the guts of the mimic the party has recruited to help guard their belongings. Also, Grim, welcome in. Thank you for the self-care. The puzzle box contained a variety of things, one of which was a stack of notes which had, on observation, been hastily swept together and wrapped up in a bundle, presumably purloined. And inside was also a series of parts. The notes were the instructions for creating a prototype firearm, which had, going by the seal on the papers, been stolen from the workshop of a member of, correctly what it was? It kind of did that, actually, Grim. Second, or as I recall what it was called. Right. It had been purloined from a member of the Vitoli Gunworks, which is the regional firearm manufacturer of the United Duchies of Naissance. They are both reviled and rumored because of the brutality and the indiscriminates of the firearms they make, specifically the blunderbusses that they had created had gained some serious infamy in the uprising that led to the forming of the duchies, because they had a terrible tendency of cutting down friend and foe alike in large blast cones of shrapnel. However, someone who is a little more in the know about Vitoli Gunworks knows that that's not just what they make. Specifically, they are a guild that works under the craftsman Vitoli, and all of them are, well, at least supposed to be, brilliant visionaries who are expected to craft every firearm they make by hand with no machine process involved, and to make every firearm they make from scratch and create their own versions. basically every manufacturer in the Vitoli Gun Works makes every gun they make by hand, whereas Match and Lock, they have methods for industrial processes. On the other hand, Vitoli Gun Works firearms tend to vary wildly in functionality, quality, and appearance. Something that is immediately apparent when Mallory, halfway through reconstructing the pistol, got very confused at the fact that for some reason it was instructing him to put one barrel next to the other, and then again, and suddenly he has a pistol that is aiming in 4 different directions, none of them straightforward. He has
Just
I like this guy.
he now has in his possession a duck's foot pistol, which can be loaded with either normal bullets or pellet shot. Which
You
means
can
they
imagine my shock.
now you have a one-handed either shotgun or a pistol that can fire 4 times. So yes, you just gotta slightly turn your wrist every time you want to realign it.
Yeah.
That totally won't be hell on your wrist. Anyway, after that was cracked and the party had a short run-in with some of the local wildlife, as the horses had been, and I think a couple of people on board the wagon had been spooked by a crossing of Crenshaw, which are large maned wolf / hyena-looking big cats. About the size, I would say, of a particularly large wolf, which can be quite big, whose main survival tactic is the ability to pull back the skin on their faces, revealing bone and muscle underneath, and letting out a large shriek that's meant for dissuading predators and rattling prey.
Rattle 'em, boys.
Yes. So yes, after the Crenshaw adults had warned off the wagon and the horses had come to a stop in response to the intimidation attempt, their kits crossed the road and the Crenshaw left. After that, it only took a little bit longer before they finally crossed the border back into Lorbus. Then another day before finally the capital, Lorbany, slowly comes back into view. The gunmetal gray banners on the walls, mixed with armed guards outside, and the images, the skyline of the city, which is dotted with the roof of a hospital, what you recognize as being a university. I believe that Siren visited at one point, and the castle looming over the city. Doesn't take long before you reach the gate, and Maria is able to secure you all quick entry back into the city. More or less, they recognize her. She vouches for all of you, and you're able to get through with a minimal inspection and questioning. And with that, I would say the majority of its intent, your mission to Rosaina is complete. You are back in safely allied lands. So,
Group is back in town.
so
last.
question
Yay,
then,
boy, I win.
we then wait. You don't win anything. You stay alive.
Aw.
You win the right to live another day. So, I now turn agency over to all of you. What do you all want to do now that you're back in Lorbany?
Well, I know for Kari, at the very least, I wanted to go speak with the king pretty much right away, but I assume other people may want to do other things, so we can save that for later.
Maria would say if you plan to go speak to the king, it's probably best you all go as a group.
Yeah,
I am
actually,
good.
I
That's a good
forget
point.
what was. I forget why we were coming back here. I assumed it was to speak with him, right?
Well, we
Well,
have to
it's
drop
to
off
give-
Lydia as well.
Not Lydia, we have to
Oh.
drop off Maria.
Maria,
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
There's Maria.
Sorry, Bart.
There's
And
Maria.
also-
There's the fact that you guys just got done with the whole taking apart a criminal syndicate thing, which, to be fair, you had a relatively minimal part in, at least the dismantling of it. yeah, there was that whole thing. There's also the fact that there's now a devil running one of the now running that crime family that you
We
guys
need
have
to
been in
pass that
opposition
info
with.
along.
The Desperado.
Also, just letting him. I think the idea was just to let him know and give him an update, and also just to like keep the score straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually need you to do all this for me now. Be
Oh,
my
shit,
kid. Be
it's
the king of
Badger.
this. Oh shit! It's what?
It's Badger.
Who?
Badger's in the chat.
Holy fuck!
Oh,
Like,
Apparently,
The
he's
Badger
after,
Man is
Badger.
here.
apparently he's after our routes.
it's my boy vagina.
What?
Oh.
What did he say?
my
You're-
brother Badger.
My brother Badger.
My brother,
My Lord Badger.
Brother Bear.
brother bear.
It's a wallet. Man,
It's a
chat
wallet.
is bustling today.
Anyway,
Wow,
busted.
good.
This chat
Bustin'.
is busted.
His shit be bustling.
What did you say?
Cease.
So, then the question becomes: do you guys want to head straight to the castle, or do you want to spend a little time doing something first? It looks like the town seems to be in a bit of a bit of activity. It seems like there's a lot of moving around in the what do you call it? The front plaza for the castle. You guys got here, I think, probably just afternoon. So the town is in full swing. The market is set up. It is, I believe, it is still No, it would be the middle of the week actually, because the festival for in Vito is on a weekend. So yes, there is a produce market, a farmer's market that lines one of the major streets running on the center of the city. I know that at least a few of you had some personal things you need to get looked at. In particular, I think Siren wanted to check in with the university.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if anybody wanted to. Was the fact that the Match and Lock company is headquartered in this city. I don't know if anybody had ever wanted to look into trying to establish contact with them. Then again, that was discussed far, far, far back.
Yeah, it was also most likely Mallory.
Yeah.
Mallory and I think Jaiko as well at one point.
Yeah, at one point.
I don't. Also, I believe Mallory, you had an artist friend you wanted to check in with here.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yes. Well, friend is a strong word.
Yeah, strong word indeed.
Artist acquaintance.
We are
Yeah.
close allies.
He let me sleep in his room one time because he got to sketch my semi-nude form.
No, that
You're right.
didn't happen.
3/4 nude. Mostly it was the lack of a horn.
It was the exposing of your ankles.
Truly.
The ankles were
A modern
never
woman of a
exposed.
modern time. Your coquettish female charms have even dazzled someone so rugged as Brightbeard, and ensorcelled someone so creative as this artist. Truly, you are the seductress of this party.
Can't believe it.
I can't believe all the sex appeal in this party has been concentrated into Mallory.
Yeah. Hashtag Mallory's a hoe.
I mean, Car is right there, bro.
Mallory.
Mallory?
No. But bro, Car is
Why?
literally right there. He's literally right
Karia's not a
there.
hoe.
No.
Can he be the
He's
hoe,
the
please?
exact opposite. He's a dragon incel.
That's true. It's so accurate.
Literally, he's involuntarily celibate. If he has sex with anybody, he'll give them magic cancer.
Oh no, I don't like.
Congratulations, you're
Deep
Peter
space.
Parkered.
You got Peter Parker. Oh my god.
Well, this is.
It's okay.
It's kind of funny.
There's magic for that.
There's
So-
magic for that.
Yeah, there's
oh,
ointments for that.
oh.
But yes.
No, I mean like literally.
Oh, yeah,
like
there
the stave
is.
off corruption.
Yeah.
And like the other spells like that.
Yes. Did anybody want to take care of anything before approaching the castle, or like find a room to stay in for the night, or yeah, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, Holo will do that. We'll do the finding of the rooms if no one else will. The
I
fun-
I wanted to do a little something that I sent you in Roll20.
20.
No.
Yeah, just because you mentioned the bustling of the main town market,
Mhm.
and I was like, ooh,
Ooh,
that seems
okay.
like a fun
Yeah.
atmosphere I wanted to explore.
I'm down for this. Sure.
Same here.
You want to go check out the
I'm
market.
concerned. Oh, okay.
Siren wants to check out the market. Mallory, do you still want to check in with your artist friend, or are you just going to let him languish?
I'm gonna check out the artist friend. He better be alive.
Okay, fair. Badger, thank you for the subscription. That's very kind of you.
Let's go!
We got a badger subscription. Whoa.
The buddiest of badgers.
Also, Grim, the
The
planar dragons are for Overlord Jonah. Thank you very much for following. But yes, the planar dragons, Grim, are kept in special stock. Those are for special occasions. I'm sorry. So,
Amazing.
right,
Cool.
okay. Karya wants to. His vote is firmly for going to the king whenever that falls in line.
He'll, honest to God, most likely part through the town and then just wait outside.
Sounds like him.
I'll
Also
actually just
noted,
wait for
Grim.
Karya, and I won't get a
Very
place on it.
direct.
Okay, so you're gonna Holo's gonna hang out with Karya. Siren wants to check out the market. Mallory wants to check in with the artist. That leaves Chaiko, Vark, and Flick. What do you three want to go for? Chaiko first.
Yeah. Karya, scoot over. I'm sitting on the curb with you.
Okay, you guys are parking
Alright, here we
yourselves
go.
on the curb.
We're just waiting.
You guys gonna stop in with the
No.
market, buy a couple 40s, just make passing comments at people who go by you.
Yeah, I'm going to specifically make sure that I make people uncomfortable as I whistle at
I
them as
see.
they walk past.
Man, real.
I'm going to catcall them.
Oh,
Oh my
okay.
God.
If that's I guess if
Oh.
that's the case, lovely mask on. I'm just gonna stare at random people.
No, I'm obviously fucking kidding. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're just waiting.
Bunch of porch sitters. Anyway,
Oh my god.
so that leaves
Horseshoes.
then Vark and Flick.
Can-
Vark, what do you want to do while people are sorting out affairs? Is there anything in particular you'd like to do here in the city while you're here? Or
Not at
Are you
the
gonna-
moment. I haven't made any special connections
Mm-hmm.
outside of the king and his advisor, obviously. So I believe I will just spend the time with Lady Maria.
okay, yeah. She would likely be getting things ready, talking to a couple people, writing up making some last additions to her after action report. And if you hang out with her, she probably consult you for any bits and pieces she might be fuzzy on or she might be missing.
Okay.
Yeah, so she'd involve you in trying to make sure the report is as comprehensive as possible.
Alright, good.
Okay, Flick, anything you'd like to take care of in Lorbus while you're here? Or at the very least,
Flick, he's in a similar position as Vark. He hasn't made any special connections, I don't think, in Lorbus, at least as far as I can recall. If all else, Flick might just maybe take a bit of a stroll through the city. Just take in the sights a bit before we eventually decide to set off.
if you do
Yeah,
that,
it's a nice, relaxing stroll through the city.
all right. Maria would probably tell you to be back sometime within the hour. Yeah, she'd tell you to try and be back sometime within the hours because she's sorting out quick entrance into the castle for you guys to get things sorted out, so you guys aren't going to be held up trying to waiting in line for an hour to get into the castle through the usual means. You guys are technically, because you are attached to Marie at the moment, servants of the state, and as such are given special privilege of having access to the rear entrance. You should feel lucky.
We're cool kids.
The king doesn't always give. He only gives his friends access to the rear entrance.
Okay.
Is there a joke you're making here? Is there a joke?
Not at all. Roll sense motive. Anyway.
Roll sense
well-
motive.
Well, in any case, don't worry. I'll be back with it. I'll do just that.
Yep, don't get lost.
I won't. Don't worry about me.
Lovely. Okay. Siren, you're going wandering the market by yourself.
Yes.
In that case, you're looking in the right place for your particular quarry. And as such, I would like you to roll me, I think. This is a straight d20. And with
Alright.
you'll given special benefits as a result of having been here before, and also the nature of the city you're looking in.
Okay.
Okay.
That's an 11.
It's 11. Yeah. So you go poking around this. They call it a farmer's market. Is accurate. You know that one of the major produce and exports here in Lorbis overall is the wildflowers and the various types of flowers that they also grow through horticulture, that they specifically nurture and farm in large quantities. You know about the flavor flowers that you got to sample the first time you came through. There's also all kinds of wildflowers with medicinal uses and with different flavor additives that are used in things like certain flowers are always preferred for things like keeping like green fields near apiaries because they lend a particularly good flavor to honey. Others are good for tea. Others are good for food, and others are good for dyes and medical applications. So,
Interesting.
yeah, you would, hell, you knew this before, but you would be able to get even more from context clues or from hawkers shouting about their wares on the market, and even just the labels and the signs hanging. And they're all up and down the streets. There's people selling vegetables, fruit, flowers, leather work, steel, ironworks. There's cobblers, there's binders, there's even a few places selling books. And unfortunately, there's not a hell of a lot in terms of like proper tea here. That's the classical definition, using the tea plant. But plenty of stalls selling pre-packaged mesh bags filled with aromatic flower petals that are advertised as being a equal and sometimes preferred substitute for tea.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, floral tea, absent of actual caffeine and the tea plant itself, but said to be therapeutic, soothing, and have various health benefits, some a little more believable than others. Some claim to be able to cure rheumatism, others just say that they help you relax on a cold day.
Interesting. Siren will, take in everything that she's seeing and all the sights and smells and the bustle. And
It would be the smell would be a potent melange because it would be a combination of the smell of a crowd mixed with just the sheer amount of floral variety in the city and the market itself.
Yeah, she's kind of feeling a little bit of like nostalgia from her own village, mixed with some awe for this being like an actual town. It's much bigger, obviously. And she's gonna look around and approach the tea stall. And is there like a vendor that's like advertising, shouting out, or is there just
all
someone
over the
like
place.
tending to the stall? Yeah.
There are
So-
multiple tea stalls like this, and most, if not all of them, have a barker in front that's shouting and advertising that stall's wares.
Excellent. So she's gonna approach and say, "Excuse me, tea, floral tea."
Ah,
Is
yes, young lady, you seem like a discerning type. Would you like to come here and try a sample of our good wares?
Yes, I would.
Excellent. To which she will then say, come right on through. Simply say that you'd like to sample our wares, and our lady at the counter will absolutely see to you. And then he turns away from you and continues to bark out to the street. Behind the table, it's just a simple wooden table with an awning over it. Behind it is what looks to be a young half-elven lady. She looks the slightest bit bored. She's just kind of leaning with her elbows on the counter. She looks to be
teenager.
chewing something twig-like between her teeth, rolling it across her lips, and then she sees you actually approaching the stall. Her eyes light up, and she stands up a little bit more, pushing herself off of her elbows, and goes, "Yes, can I help you?"
Yes, may. Would you have anything? I was curious what you had that was medicinal, per se.
Medicinal. We have a few options. What in particular are you hoping to treat?
Do you
Rheumatism?
have-
Do you have back pain? Do you have trouble seeing? Do you have trouble sleeping at night?
Oh yes, I'm a bit of an insomniac.
Oh, common concern here. We have a lot of hard workers within the city, and many people trying to find all manner of methods that work for them and how to get to sleep at night at a good hour. I have an idea. I have for you in particular. I have an idea. Would you say that you are accustomed to using such medicines?
Well, I used to when I was younger. I tried them all out, but they didn't really seem to help.
See, then you have something of a resistance then. Okay. I have an idea. Now, mind you, the kingdom does prohibit selling medicinal herbs of certain types, usually of potentially toxic potency. Understandable, of course, for health reasons and such, but we often find we have customers and clients who require a little bit more oomph. So she dives underneath, dips her hand into what looks to be a crate of some sort. You think it might have at one point perhaps contained beer bottles. It clatters and scrapes, and as it shifts across the cobblestones that it sits on, before she comes back with a little hempen sack, she says, "We have a mix here. Now it can be used in a variety of ways, not just steeped into hot water. And depending on how you use it, it can have varied levels of potency and durations. Now, normally the way this is prepared through a special process where before the flower blooms, the bud is harvested and ground.
Interesting.
This can be used in a variety of ways. It can be steeped like tea. It can be put into baked goods. It can be, some have even taken to smoking it. And some even have taken to mixing it with a small amount of water and patting their gums with it. I know one particular man who mixes it with a warm glass of milk each night.
Is she selling me the Zaza?
Yes, she is.
Some call this
She-
elfweed.
I love that. Siren is completely oblivious to all forms of narcotics.
Mm-hmm.
And so she's just like listening very intently with her one hand cradling her elbow and then the elbow of that other hand on her chin and going, yes, I see, very interesting. Which is the least potent and the most potent variety of this?
I would say possibly the least potent use of it would be mixing it with a drink of some sort with no heat. So the milk option is a mellow, a potentially mellow use of it that has a long, drawn-out but very shallow effect. If you wanted the most powerful and short-lasting, that would be smoking it. A good middle ground would be mixing it with some sort of batter and then baking it, for instance. I know that there are some who put it to cakes.
Interesting. That sounds very, very useful. It has
versatile.
so many different.
It's
Yeah,
very
it's very versatile.
It's very popular. According to some, it originated somewhere far east, but it took a very long time for it to be cultivated here, and it was only with the help of some elves and a dryad in the Titan's Arm that it ever actually got any sort of real traction over here in the West.
Oh yes, I've heard
Thus-
good things from the Titan's Arm.
Oh, they're wonderfully the tradition is enchanting, but also they have a strange ingenuity to them. It's also their cooperation is what lent it its nickname. Unfortunately, dryad weed does not have the same sort of marketability, and also is a bit too much of a mouthful.
Oh, yes. For the smoking variety, would you also happen to sell an instrument with which this can be smoked?
Oh,
Or
this
would
can
I
be
find
smoked
that
with any
elsewhere?
normal tobacco pipe.
Oh,
But if you wish, I am certain there is more than likely a wood whittler somewhere here within the market who will sell you a perfectly good pipe at a reasonable price.
I see. Well then, I will take a bag of this, as well as, is there a particular type of floral tea that is common, the Lorbus specialty?
Oh well, that's I would more especially. Well, many would say that our specialty is using flowers in its totality, but then again, that's mostly a foreign thought. Um,
Hmm.
it's hard to say. We have such a variety here, and there are those who have attempted to create a comprehensive blend that uses every flower native to Lorbus. But any times I've tasted that, it's always been confused. It's
Ah.
yeah. It's have you ever had those particular strange folk at a pub or at a tavern who will take every sort of lager or ale on the menu and put a little bit of it in the cup? It's like that.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
No identity,
Um,
no proper flavor, ends up just tasting very.
Very strange, yes. I was a fan of the spicy flowers you have here.
Oh,
Maybe
you
there's a
sampled
type
some
of-
of our local delicacies then.
Yes, I have. I have a very high resistance to spice. So maybe you have a tea that has that?
What is your opinion on the flavor of chocolate?
Oh, I love chocolate.
Then you're going to love this blend. As she dips down, pulls out another pouch. Go ahead, give this a sniff if you like. You can also try a sample if you wish. This one we made specifically for those who like a bit of something exotic tasting using local ingredients. It tastes like something from a shibaki porch or from a shibaki cafe.
Oh.
It's a blend of flowers meant to emulate the taste of chocolate with a hint of spice.
That sounds delicious. I'll take a bag of that as well.
Excellent. She goes down. She picks up a few silken pouches filled with this mix, and puts them into a hempen drawstring bag, and it's on the desk in front of you. And says, "That'll be 5 silver, please."
Absolutely. And remind me the conversion. 1 gold is equal to 10 silver?
1 gold is equal to 10 silver. Yes, it's a 1 to 10 ratio.
Okay, yeah.
Unless you're talking about
So-
Electrum, in which case that's half a gold, but that's neither here nor there.
I will drop a gold coin on the table and say, "You can keep the change."
So yeah, she one hand comes up to her chest and says, "That's incredibly generous of you. Thank you very much."
Thank you for your service.
Well, absolutely godly. Now I'm very happy you came to our stall. I hope you have good luck finding a proper pipe. I hope you enjoy it very, very much. Have a lovely day.
You as well. Siren will do a little curtsy and
Give a little bow back.
and she's off to buy a wooden pipe.
Okay.
Which,
That's gonna be easy enough. There's lots of wood whittlers around. No, Ari. In Lorbus, there is it is legal.
it is legal.
It is legal, my friend. But yes, finding a wood whittler in this area, not difficult to market. It's gonna cost you like 3 copper for just a pipe hewn out of wood and lacquered.
I guess Siren will just look for one that has some kind of like moon engraving on it and purchase that.
Okay, I'm looking for one with a little bit of a flair to it. Now, mind you, a lot of the stuff on these wood whittler stalls are usually just whatever the whittler fancies or whatever is popular and in the general public consciousness right now. So whatever's trendy. But they also take requests.
Then, in that case, Siren will request, I guess, commission a wood pipe with the moon on it.
Okay.
And then
Very
go
sim-
back to retrieve it.
be simple
when
enough.
it's done.
An older human gentleman leaning back in his chair, smoking his own much nicer corncob pipe. With that request, he just picks up one of the pipes he previously whittled, carves a crescent moon shape in the side, gives it a little bit of a polish, sand down, and then rubs it down with linseed oil.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. This is beautiful. Very good work there.
Tips his Fisher hat to you and gives you a little smile behind his big Ahab beard.
And how much do I owe you?
4 copper.
Siren will drop a gold coin on the table and say, keep the change.
The corncob pipe drops from his mouth. The smoking tobacco drops into his lap, and I assume as you're leaving, he's just staring at the gold coin.
Yeah.
This is as much money I've seen in a day in my life.
Adventurers just casually dropping $100 bills on the table.
Yeah. Oh, we don't have
money
change.
be-
They probably do, but you know.
We are so used to not making change that we just do not care.
You guys don't keep track of change, but I assume at least some point over your various, like, getting rooms, buying food, getting drinks day to day. It's like how, like, yes, after you freshly come out from the bank, you'll have like a bunch of like 5, 10s, 20s, whatever ones.
Yeah.
But over time, eventually, you'll have like a wallet or a pocket full of various forms of change.
Yeah.
I'm
True.
not gonna bust your balls about changing a coin every single time.
Yeah.
You just kind of assume that within reason, unless you're breaking like 10 gold down into only copper coins, but you can probably break a gold coin into several silver.
Mhm.
But still,
Unlike me,
there is
that's
that's
200
what-
of every
yeah.
unit.
there is still wonder to be had in adventurers going around throwing gold coins at fucking everything, though. In a purely normal market setting.
Yeah.
What's it called? Generally, how I do it is, and you can crucify me if you want, Mr. DM. If something costs something, I just convert it in my inventory because I probably have some.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's perfectly fine. It's a reasonable assumption to make. You are a normal person that goes around buying normal things. You're gonna build up change eventually. So it's a regular expectation to have.
I can't wait till someone friggin' threatens us for gold and specifically says, doesn't matter how you get it, give me the gold.
Mhm.
And then you're just gonna see Mallory put gold inside a satchel, tie up the string, and then just whack him over the head with it.
Bark
Yes.
coin shotting
Butter
the gold
truck.
coin at someone.
Yeah, but we
I
haven't
remember that fucking.
You know how
spell.
long it's been since Vark has coin
Oh
shot
my God.
somebody?
Yeah, since he
been
fucking
a while.
railgunned somebody with money. So money can't buy you
Remy,
happiness,
I
but it
just
can
got-
buy you dead enemies.
Can get you killed.
money-
that's for sure.
Money can't buy you happiness, but it can buy you ammunition.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Happiness
Also-
is a
also-
warm
also I heard-
coin.
Yeah. Happiness is a platinum coin.
Also, I heard one of the teas had spice in it, and I was totally resisting the urge to say the meat.
Spice must flow.
The spice must flow.
There might be an underground spice trade in this city. Who knows? Anyway,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Sarah now has a pretty decently whittled pipe and a bunch of not only not only some elf weed, but also some chocolate chili tea made using approximation using flowers.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Nice.
that's Saren sorted. I believe next in line, let's do Flick first. So you wanted to have a wander around the city. Anything in particular you'd like to look out for, or are you just people watching? Flick.
I
You
was
muted?
thinking.
Okay.
But like I said, it's taking a stroll. And what did you say there was?
It's in the market.
Yeah.
Oh, there's anything you could conceivably find in a farmer's market. There's handmade goods. There's produce. There's people putting on shows here and there, doing tricks for the crowds. There's children running back and forth with toys, play fighting. It's just a typical day at the market.
Blech.
Are you allergic to normal people?
No, I choked on my own spit.
Mallory's not even in this particular farmer's market, and they can already
peasants.
smell the peasantry.
Peasants.
But yes.
Peasant air.
What in particular are you hunting after, if anything?
Well, probably nothing in particular. I'll probably stop and watch the performances for a little bit before moving on.
Okay. Yeah, you stroll back and forth. An hour will pass pretty quickly if you're just kind of walking up and down the main street. There's knife throwers, there's people spitting fire, there's like where you see something like the knife junglers who are like throwing them around in circles, hand over hand. And yeah, they're pretty impressive. There were guys like on your ship who used to do something similar just to kill time. They would do things like 5-finger fillet. They would juggle knives. They would occasionally. There was even one guy on your ship. Kind of your ship's strongman. He used to juggle cannonballs.
I love that.
But these guys don't really come anywhere close in terms of like strength. But they, what do you call it? There are plenty of people here putting on a pretty passable, and even entertaining show up and down the street. And yeah, many of them, like, hell, many of them don't even have like hats or mugs or anything out to like accept donations or tips or anything. Most of them, even when some of the crowd come up and they offer them coppers or something, turn it away. Some of them are just here for the sheer art of it, or even just to give a little bit of entertainment. One even goes so far as to say is he's not here because he's poor or something. He's here specifically because the state incentivizes him to come out and entertain. It's the city that pays for him to come out here, not the people.
The gears are turning in Flick's head. He's wondering if he could pay this guy to do something cool. But actually, Flick will step up and he'll say, I mean, do you think he'd take like maybe a bit of gold to I don't know.
You can ask him if he takes requests.
Do you take requests at all?
It depends on how nicely you ask. He says as he passes like one knife over the other, and then sort of like before he was passing them in sort of a spiral pattern, and then now that he's talking to somebody, slowly shifts it over to being more of just a simple circle pattern, sort of hand over hand, while he looks you in the face and looks expectantly.
One of his ears will twitch a bit as he gets a little smirk on his face and says, "How fast can you do 5-finger fillet?"
When you say that, he looks pensive for a moment, not stopping his hands, but then one hand catches a knife, passes it to his offhand, catches another, passes it to the offhand, until there are 6 hands sort of wedged between his fingers, and he says, "Normally, I'm not for that, because it's messy sometimes, and if I mess up, there's a bunch of children around here, aren't there? Blood's not good for the feeling of the festival, you know." No. Question becomes, why?
Well, you see, I happen to know a few folks in my time who were pretty good at 5-finger fillet. Could see him do it pretty damn quick. But I always like to test. But I always had the itching feeling that someone could always do it faster.
He's
or at least I always want to test someone's skills.
He takes one knife, which you know is probably specially weighted, and sort of does a little bit of legerdemain with it, where he sort of flips it between fingers, the way you would have coin or like a pencil. Well, I'm out here hired as a juggler. Might be a bit outside of my contract if I were to do anything besides. But tell you what, he stops, taking the knife he's passing between, like sort of flipping between fingers, takes it between his thumb and forefinger, and then points the handle at you and says, "Meet you halfway." As he, with his foot, hooks it around the bottom of a stool and then drags it in front of him. It's the stool he typically like takes a break on or something. I'll mix the two arts, and won't spill a drop of blood for my adoring audience here. And a little bit of a crowd that gathered before. There's a few more stopping, curious what's happening, seeing that you've approached and started talking with the performer. I wish you here. I'll be able to juggle these knives up into the air, put my hand down on the stool, and every single knife will land between my fingers and not nick me even a little bit. I won't show you how. I won't try and give you the fastest game of five-finger fillet you've ever seen. I'll definitely give you the most unique, I think.
Flick will ponder for a brief moment, nod, then say, "You know what? Got yourself a deal."
Excellent. As he then just recenters the stool ever so slightly, gets the knives circling again in a juggling circle, and then up, throws them one by one high into the air where they reach their zenith, and then begin to flip back, and the weight of the blades start pulling them in alignment to, well, stab whatever is underneath them. And okay. Knives sail high. They flip end over end, and then the blades start to come down. And then his hand, which had tossed the final knife high, arm extended far up, as almost a declaration to the crowd. He then slaps his palm down on the stool, now down in a squat. And without even looking up, the knives thunk, 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 stab in between each finger, but there's still two knives to account for. And then one knife comes down and lands between his feet, lodged between two cobblestones. And then the sixth knife comes down, it stabs down directly into the handle of that knife. It's almost in a sort of, almost like a sort of mimish or clownish motion. When the first knife lands, the performer's offhand comes up to in an exaggerated shock motion as it comes up to his chin. He opens his mouth in a big, as if caught completely off guard by the knife sinking between his feet. And then the other knife slams down point first into the butt of the knife below it, and he comes up now with the four knives from the stool firmly clasped between his fingers. Both hands go high, and he bows for the crowd as they break out in cheer and applause.
Flick will as well. Give a hearty applause as well.
You bow, and then give a bow to you and say, "I am going to add that to my repertoire from now on." Thank you for giving me an intro.
Flick will return the curtsy and say, "My pleasure."
Well, I'm very happy to have been of some entertainment to you and to all the others here. I believe I'm going to take a break now from my set. Go along, everybody. Go move along. There's other talented performers here on the street who are absolutely thirsting for your attention. And so, yeah, you'll motion the crowd onwards.
Quite so. By the way, good show there, mate.
Well, you gave me You gave me incentive to improvise, and I don't often get to do so. Usually it's just the routine over and over again. And I try to keep things as safe as possible. It's encouraged to by the kingdom. They don't like blood and stabbing on the main street. But little do
That is
most
fair.
folks know, I have a bit of experience keeping knives away from my fingers. Anyway, thank you very much for the inspiration and the chance to improvise and try something new for a little bit.
Of course, of course. Never always helps to try something new now and then.
Yeah. Doffs his hat, which has a single, what looks to be swan feather. It looks like big and bushy, and pure white. Doffs it to you and says, "Well then, I'll be taking my lunch break for the day. Perhaps I'll see you sometime around."
I'll probably still be wandering the streets here and there, so perhaps.
And with that, he bids you a friendly goodbye.
Yeah, don't be afraid to give me a hole in that case. And he gives him a little off the brow salute.
See you around the streets. And yeah. Okay. And that's, I would say, probably the high point of your little wander around the city, where you start making your way back to the castle. Lastly, Mallory.
Hello.
How well do you remember where this man's apartment was?
Well, I do remember like looking out to the hotel back when the painting was being done, so I probably will remember the streets that would lead to the hotel, so I could just follow back.
Okay. All right. I will take that as being enough then. Going back to the street where you remember the hotel being, and then going, I should probably be able to work out where the man's house is from there. Now, it wasn't directly across the street, but it was down the street from it. And the hotel raises a little bit above the typical city skyline, so it's visible from a good distance away. You find yourself wandering up and down the street until you try and find a familiar looking house. And eventually you do. It's a new concept to you. At least it was back when you first saw it. It's a simple idea, even though it's called a complex. Seems to be a fairly new idea. Definitely wasn't something that you remember back in like the Caspon Theocracy. Multiple small living spaces stacked on top of one another, with a communal hallway leading up through it. You remember his being on the second floor, which is part of what gave you the decent view of the hotel while he drew you. The front door to the complex is not locked. It doesn't have a lock. Overall, the building seems pretty cheap. It doesn't look like it has any form of insulation on it. It's literally just planks hammered together. Cheap housing. Old, too, from the looks of things. So you find yourself going up the stairs. So you're back in front of a door you think you recognize. It's got no naming or plates or anything on it, but there is a simple lock on the front.
I will knock on the door.
Knock. No response.
I will knock again.
Knock this time. A little bit louder.
Yep.
10, 20 seconds. No response. If I recall
Let me
correctly,
see.
Mallory had a set of thieves' tools on him, didn't he?
Me? Thieves' tools?
Never.
You might actually be wrong. I don't think I have those.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure. Unless I put it on the horse, but I don't think I'd be carrying a horse around while breaking into a building. No, I actually don't have it.
Oh,
You misjudged me.
did I? No, I remember you were looking for potential breaking and entering equipment. Yeah.
This is a Lorbus lock. It can be opened with a Lorbus lock.
It's a king lock. It can be opened with a king lock.
Yeah.
You can usually solve anything that's related to a king by hitting it with another king.
That's true. That's true.
Particularly the
let's
Alsar
see.
brand.
Well, I'm gonna assume that this guy is probably in some debt or something like that and doesn't want to open to strangers because of that. So I'm going to clear my throat and speak in that familiar voice, asking for Federico.
Okay. We'll call out for Federico. You hear light footsteps. And then something in the lock turning. And the handle turns ever so slightly and the door cracks open. Just a tiny bit inwards.
Well, and then Mallory is going to wait to see if it's actually Federico that's beyond that door.
Looking through the crack in the door, is a familiar sight, but not completely. It looks like if Federico had grown his hair out, rounder facial features, and actually managed to get a decent meal. Is a young woman with short cropped brown hair and pretty simple looking frock and dress. Stares at you through the crack like she's seen a ghost.
Hey, no, I'm confused. Hey, this is Federico?
No. No, this isn't Federico.
Huh.
She's not. It's a she, that's for sure. Long, like short cropped brown hair, but with more volume rather than stringy hair that Federico had. Her form is actually filled out and she has excess, like she has actual fat on and fat and meat on her body, where Federico looked positively emaciated with sunken cheeks, hollow eyes. That same desperate fervor in his, but now in this woman's eyes, a look of confusion, even a bit of fright.
Mallory is going to give a short nod in greeting.
You know that name?
And you could say we're acquaintances. I presume you're his sister?
Oh my gods. Oh my gods, you're her.
He's going to raise an eyebrow.
She seems to shake herself ever so slightly. That confusion is still there in her eyes, but the fog, the haze that would seem to be setting in, clears just a bit. She then opens the door a little bit more and says, "Hey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come in. And
Yeah, he's gonna.
she opens the door
What
the
does
rest of the way. Funny you should ask. The room looks bare. You see there's a small wooden crate on top of the central table, that tiny little round table that he served you breakfast on when you stayed the day at his place. Dinky little hammered together table, on top of which now sits a crate with a scant few things inside of it. The only thing that's still here in this room looks to be a drawer with a dresser with the drawers pulled out, a bed frame with no mattress, and an easel with a cloth draped over it.
What happened?
Do you guess is in or out of character?
Oh, inside in character.
In character, okay. You pose that question to her. The woman seems to take a moment to find the words. The same pale glass in her features just Federico. She again struggles with the words and says, "You're correct. I am Federico's sister. I'm Manuela. And you are his muse. He talked about you a lot. The fact that you were the only thing he talked about for the whole last month, I think. We even doubted you existed. He described this ethereal, sun-invested fairy of a woman danced into his life one day, inspired a flame of ambition in him, and then danced right back out the next day, never to be seen again. My brother Federico struggled for a very long time with his art. I'm not sure if you care about that, but he always wanted to be an artist. He thought it was one of the few things he could do well. He didn't think he could do very much well at all. He was always a very poorly boy. I spent a lot of my time taking care of him, even though he was my older brother. And he only got sicker as time went on. He wanted to leave an impact on the world, and he thought art was the way to do that. He had no strength. He barely ever had the muscle to work like most men here in the country. So he couldn't work on the docks. He couldn't farm. He couldn't cultivate flowers. But he could never find something to paint. He could never think of something, and every time he did, it never came out quite like he wanted to. And when that happened, he got very frustrated. He had a terrible temper. But last month, he had a drastic change in his attitude. He said he met somebody on the street who he said was an angel sent down to inspire him. This Leon Shi. And we almost thought that was exactly what you were. Because when you left, he started feverishly doing anything he could, painting everything that came to mind. And she goes up to the easel and, with trepidation, pinches the cloth over it with thumb and forefinger, and she says, "Have you ever heard of the myth of Leon Shi?"
I have not.
They're spirits that offer inspiration in exchange for one's life. They possess the mind, they drive an artist to heights they could never previously dream of, but in the process they go mad and they are sapped of every bit of strength they have until their last dying breath is spent on their craft. That's why he called you, and we called you Leon Shi. She pulls the cloth off. Federico died a week ago. He succumbed to his illness. And with all the energy he was expending into his craft, I suppose his body finally gave out. When we found him in this room, surrounded by artwork and notaries of debt, as well as a notification from a bank of a sudden influx of money that he had receipts everywhere of buying so much paint and so much canvas. The money you must have given him before, he must have spent all of it on painting supplies. He spent as little on food that he could. She continues to draw down the cloth. And he tried his very best, I can tell, to make up for years of being unable to express himself. When we got here, he was stiff as a board, pale as death, but he was smiling. The last week or so I've spent cleaning out this room, taking what few items of worth we can, selling them to make up for the debts, his debt that was then passed on to us as next of kin. When the debt was finally paid off, there were only a few things left that we have to remember him by. Most of which we've already moved out of here. The last of which is in that box. The only thing here that really is Federico leaving his mark on the world is this. She then fully draws the sheet off, letting the cloth fall to the floor. Federico said he saw an angel in you. That something about Federico's condition led to him seeing things. For the longest time, we thought it was just a trick of the mind. But apparently he saw something in you that he saw in many other places, but he could never bottle. Never actually make into a piece. But now I see exactly what he meant. Federico had a strange gift, one that cost him his health and any hope at a longer life. And if I'm going to be quite honest, I think I hate you. Because you took away what little time I had left with my older brother. But you also gave him a terrible curse of a gift. The inspiration he had been chasing after for his whole life. And this painting, even though it's one of the last few things I have to potentially remember him by, I could not possibly have this in my house. Because it's just a sickening reminder of how I found him dead. So either take it, or leave it to me and I'll burn it. And then she closes her mouth with a click. Her shoulders obviously stiff, and she moves past you to leave the room. Says, I'll leave you to decide. Obviously her voice straining just a moment away from cracking. In front of you is a detailed, waist-up, still life painting of you. It's unlike any interpretation of yourself you've ever seen. But strangely enough, it's not you in your Malady form. It's you, Mallory. You with your horn, your halo in full blaze, the imperious sneer on your face, It's something about the way it's captured in the picture portrays and betrays fragility, sadness. It's in the eyes, and the way the lip looks like it's quivering ever so slightly, and how the one and the other mismatched eye can't seem to agree on whether they should be crying or angry. But the worst part, I think, for you, is the ghost of a woman, highlighted by the flaming halo on your head, standing behind you, hands on your shoulders, smiling, eyes closed, as if embracing and comforting you. This man somehow, some way, captured Emily's likeness perfectly. And it's like she's right behind you, giving you a warm hug.
Well, I will be taking that painting because that I could never destroy. And I will put it in my lovely, what's it called, a bag of holding.
Do you have a sack or your bag of holding?
I think I bought a bag of holding.
I think you did, yes. Okay. Gingerly, carefully, I imagine,
Mm-hmm.
you stow the painting frame, which the canvas is wrapped over, into the bag of holding. Is there anything else you do?
I will put down a ring. The well-wish ring that I got off that corpse in a long time ago.
Well-wish ring.
Yeah, the ring of the, what's it called? Of the person of a sort of soldier back when we were in the cave with the monster, the first cave with the monster.
Right, yeah.
That's the same ring I used to put daylight on when we were in the second cave with the monster. So I don't want to have that ring anymore as a player. But also, it's inside the ring, written in Privi de Patois, is a wishing well, wishing someone well. And if anything, he'd rather she didn't know the language. But it's a pretty nice ring, so it's better that than her destroying the painting.
Okay.
He would leave that on the easel. And then, where is she?
Oh, she's just outside.
Okay. He'd leave the house.
Okay.
And would,
As you do so,
as
you find her out in the hall. She's dabbing her eyes on it. Assumedly, she heard your footfalls and started. You hear her sniffle a little bit as she's taking the hem of her frock and she's dabbing at her eyeline with it. She turns to face you as you exit the room. So, are you not taking it?
I've taken it.
Look of confusion. And then resignation, as she says. At this point, I don't know if you're some spirit or angel or a devil or something. And at this point, I don't feel like asking any further questions. Just assume that you mean that when you say it.
Look. I understand the feeling of losing one's sibling. But I...
Was that the other one in the portrait?
Yes.
I see.
Now, when you said you hated me, I could honestly care less. But your reason for hating me, I don't quite understand. Yes, your brother died, and yes, I may have been the cause of it. But would you have rather your brother languished in his bed, breathing his last breath years later, in misery? Or would you have preferred that he lived a short life full of fervor and determination, passion?
Her eyes search across the floorboards as she's obviously thinking very hard.
Isn't the reason why human lives are precious because they're short? Because you can achieve so much in such little time? So why do you languish over such a thing?
I hate you because I'm his sister, and I'm selfish, and I wanted more time with him. You're right. What I want and what he wanted is not necessarily the same. And that stings. Just miss him. I'm never going to be able to talk to him again. I'm never going to be able to ask him about what he's working on this week, and what he's going to try, how he's going to try and make ends meet, and what terrible meal he's going to cook himself to stretch himself thin, and all the terrible things he had to do just to get by and be self-sufficient because he refused to take our help. And in every moment I'm reminded of that.
Well, okay.
First of all, advertisement like that is strictly against the TOS of Twitch.tv. Please get off my channel.
Oh, there's a person?
There was a bot.
Ah.
I am never going to get to talk to him again and ask him how he's doing and see what his next work is. And every moment I stand here and I'm reminded of that, I am assailed by the reality that I could have made better use of the time we did have. And I'm never going to get to talk to him again. He's gone. And I hate that you being there made me face the reality that I had been hoping would never come, that I knew would. We knew he was going to die pretty young. But at least I could be there for him, and at least I had my little brother. Now there's this big hole in my life. And the only person I have to blame, not pointing the finger towards myself, is you. And that's very selfish of me. And I hate myself because I can't change that.
Well, if you hate me so much, why didn't you attack me?
It's not actually
Did it
your
just
fault.
kill me?
You don't deserve to be treated like that. Not because of my own selfishness.
Then, as a sibling, don't you know best about him?
I do. And
Haven't
I
you
know what he really wanted from life. And I know that despite the fact that, yes, he's dead now, he did so doing what he loved. but it's really hard to take any sort of cold comfort in that. At least
Then
so soon.
why not try to understand the thing you loved? I can assume that someone with such skills started off very young. You must have been there with him when he took his first steps along this path.
She nods softly.
Then maybe the best you can do is to pick up the brush and try to understand with each stroke how he felt and why he chose to paint rather than preserve his time with you.
Her eyes go towards the door that you just recently passed through. She looks conflicted. You really are a muse, aren't you?
Well, your brother seems to think so.
He was rarely wrong about people. He had a special kind of insight. She wipes her eyes again. Okay. Alright. You've made your point. It might take years. But those are the years that maybe if I use the years he never could have had, I can try. I can try.
Well then, hold out your hand.
She does so. See that her fingers are very minutely quaking and shaking.
Look, I'm not a monster, and I'm not going to... What was that creature called?
A Lianshi.
I'm not a Lianshi. I don't exchange someone's life, except my own, for anything I'd like. But since you are going to follow your brother's steps, I see so much of him in you. I would like to invest in your future. And so, he'd put down 60 gold coins in her hands. Well, actually, 60 gold coins in her hands. It should be enough.
Just like a bunch of coins?
Yeah, just a bunch of coins. Actually, no, 60 seems like too much for two hands, I think. 40.
Okay.
40?
I mean, you also have pouches you could potentially use.
Pouches? I don't have pouches. Well, I do. Oh, wait, no, I do have my old pouch because I replaced it with the thing.
Mhm.
Technically. Yeah, I'll put down a pouch with 60 gold coins.
She looks into it. And again, there's that look of intense confusion. It's like, this is too much.
It should be enough to get you started. I understand that art supplies are rather expensive. Consider me an investor. I'll be back when the time comes.
She's like holding the pouch with both hands, just seemingly unsure what to do. It's like, you can't. You can't just come into my life like this and throw a bunch of money into my hands. What?
It is what I did for your brother, and it may have had a rather adverse effect on him. But you seem more sensible than that.
better than a question at this point, but what even are you?
My current name? Well, the name your brother knew me by was Malady.
She actually winces at that. She says, you may want to reconsider a change of name then.
No.
You don't want to. Actually, she chuckles a little bit sardonically through a hoarse throat. You don't want to gain a reputation of spreading plague wherever you go.
Well, it does do well to ward off any unwanted attention. You can simply call me whatever you want.
I'll call you Muse for now. That's what you were to my brother. And like I said, he was rarely wrong.
Sounds fitting. Well then,
I'm sure you have many other plans and people to visit today.
you've guessed correctly.
Yes, for all I know, you've got the ear of the king or something along that line. That'd be ridiculous. Go on. Leave me to my thoughts.
I left something behind on the easel. A little good luck present. Yeah, have a good life. Manuela.
You too, Muse.
And so Mallory is off again,
Heading back to the castle.
heading back to the castle.
I had that
Yes,
scene.
I'm telling you.
I had that scene in my
Oh,
back
sorry.
pocket for quite a while.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
That was sad.
Yeah.
You
Anyway,
took
Yeah.
away my investment, and I made another one.
yeah,
Damn.
you're. I can't hear. Is June talking?
No.
So,
June is not
What?
talking.
Okay, my mic was
Eh,
muted.
she
No,
My
I was
was.
just
headset.
saying,
I was gonna
I'm
say.
I'm sitting right behind her, and I just hear her talking and talking and talking, and I'm not seeing her light up or anything, and I'm
Oh
like,
my
I don't
God.
think she's talking.
I was saying that was very interesting, and I wasn't expecting something so deep to come out of such a simple encounter with Melody.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I would have given her Mallory's real name if not for Brightbeard.
Hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so yes, Badger, it seems like some of my most poignant emotional moments are centered around paintings of characters. I'm very sorry. Yes, even some of the simplest actions and the simplest connections we make can lead to unexpected ripples. Yes. Even something that is insignificant to us that we do for somebody or do to somebody can affect their lives in ways that far outstrip the way they affect ours. Just so
Yay.
happens, Mallory, being both literal and metaphorical angel investor, ended up in something interesting happening. But yes,
Mhm.
you all, after about an hour of separating, reconvene to the side of the royal palace here in Lorbany.
yeah. I'm telling you, she was a witch of the sands. That is what she called herself, and she made delicious food. I can't explain to you why, but I'm going to commission her later. Just rattling
Arya.
off the entire time.
Arya,
Like
she was
him.
just a normal old lady.
Yes, but she said that she had a title, and therefore I am inclined to believe her.
Chico, you know as much as us that that food was heavenly.
It was
It's true.
good. It was very.
Now imagine that every day in the north.
Oh,
This
okay.
stew that she created, indeed, such an immensely immaculate dish, would easily warm your
Ah,
stomach
yes.
in the frigid north.
Yes, I I think I told the group about this before we started the session. Grim recommended a potential alternate name to the sandwiches. Aggies.
Aggie.
Instead of
Oh.
hoagies. Instead of hoagies.
Turns towards the camera. Fucking no.
Also, there was something I told the group just before the session started. The trading post girl did leave. Did hand them a letter just before they left, with a thank you note from the old couple, but also a note to Karia and Holo Holo and Chaiko that she was working on a new dish, and that the next time they check in, she was going to serve it to them, because she was going to really get their name out there with her new dish, haggis. Yes. But yes,
I
hate it.
attacked it. Yeah.
still hate it. Yes, but yeah. Who knows? Maybe that one's actually original. Anyway, yes. Please continue your banter at the step of the palace.
Yes, anyways, as I have said, I am going to be commissioning her to come up north as soon as we establish some territory. And oh, there you all are. I've been waiting. Well, we've been waiting.
Oh, thank heavens you're here. We can finally stop talking about the old lady from beforehand. He's been going on about it for an hour.
I've eaten nothing but hardtack for 3 days, and my taste buds have already suffered.
That food was so good. I want more of it.
What are you talking about?
Yes, you weren't there, of course.
weren't
Well,
there
you wouldn't
because all
understand.
you had to be there, Mallory, but I promise you, as soon as territory is established, I will send word for the legendary sandwich.
Chaiko just puts a hand on her mask and shakes her head.
You didn't ready that action? No, I'm kidding.
Not this time.
I would like to.
This
I
one's
would
a,
like
danger
to-
this
here,
one's an attack
boyo.
of opportunity on herself.
I would like to ready an action to call in an orbital bombardment on Karia. No, I'm kidding.
Well, now you need a
Tycho,
PSN
please tell
account to
me
do that.
he wasn't actually fraternizing with the witch.
I gotta do the
You
D-pad
gotta link your
combination.
you gotta link your PlayStation account to Roll20 in order to do that now.
Fuck. Damn it,
I'm-
you're right.
Well, there you go. Also, yes, Chaiko,
500
you were asked-
kilograms of fucking facepalm.
Chaiko, you were asked a question though by Mallory.
What?
Mallory asked. He immediately asked, "Chaiko, please tell me he wasn't actually fraternizing with the witch."
He wasn't, but he was
No,
curious.
it was just an old lady who was a little on the crazy side. Nice old lady, but just a normal old lady.
Okay.
Quite
What's the deal?
talented though.
What's the deal with witches? Just looking at Mallory.
Camera
Got a
pants.
problem with witches?
What is it? Dun-dung.
Dun-dun. Yes. Maria, who's been parked off to the side, collating her final report with Vark. Seeing that everybody's together now, rolls up the scroll, packs it into a tube, shuts it, and then says, "Okay, if you're all ready, I'll escort you through the side entrance. We can get in. We can talk to the king, and we can see whether or not he wants to cash in on the favor just yet, or if he's going to leave that hanging for now. He usually doesn't like leaving these kinds of things, so he usually fobs it off with some sort of dumb favor, whatever
Sounds
new
about
plan
right.
he's had cooking. Apparently, he's been he was sending me some return reports. Apparently, he's had something that he's been planning for a couple weeks now, hinging on you guys getting back. So expect something dumb.
Well, I
Sure.
suppose
Could
it
we
will
be
be
heard?
easier than what we've gone through.
I think it'll be a welcome break, honestly. It'll be probably an easy errand, no complications. Just go do something menial, come back. Somehow it's going to have some inscrutable effect on the Lorbus economy that'll somehow cascade into him abdicating and creating a republic instead. That's
That
his.
sounds
Interesting.
correct.
I was expecting you to say he was throwing a surprise party, which would have defeated the purpose of the surprise.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise then, would it?
Well, it would depend. There are some people who would forget. Not me, of course, but some people.
Who's ever forgotten about a
Yes.
surprise party when they're told about it? Yes. She casts herself off the steps you guys were parked on and goes, all right then, come along. And she'll lead you guys through a side gate with her helping you guys through. As the guards, no issue. And in through a small side entrance in the castle, several flights of stairs. Till eventually, you guys are back at a familiar set of winding steps, or I would say winding, but curved steps, run along a pair of walls, going up to a central door, leading into the king's chambers. At the very least, the audience chambers.
Is he sat atop the throne?
Well, you're not in the chambers yet. You're coming up towards the door.
Ah, we're in the right.
You're in the foyer, basically. She leads you up the steps and says, all right, the main point of this is mostly just to fill him in. Please make sure to, if you got anything you want to add, one at a time, please. We don't want people talking over each other. We want to keep things nice and orderly. He'll probably have a stenographer in there keeping notes as well. That's usually how we do things. So if there's nothing on record, if you don't want anything on record being attributed to your name, I would suggest keeping chit-chat to a minimum. Unless you really want to have your most embarrassing utterance recorded for Lorbus to remember for all perpetuity.
I'm gonna whisper into Karya's ear. Did we keep the sandwich a secret?
Yes, I don't want them stealing her.
By your whispers.
Okay.
About the Great Worm.
I think I want to tell you about the Great Worm.
I think I'm going to let the deep curse consume me and then by proxy you.
Please do not make me. If you guys stop talking, I'm going to pull something out.
What, your Great Worm?
Is it a great worm?
You see, Vair is just barely, like, it's weird on a dragon. It looks like he's almost like trying to hack up a hairball or something. He's convulsing. For a second, it looks a bit worrying, but he's barely holding back laughter. He's letting out little hissing. You see his shoulders sort of like lurch every now and again. His wings flap out momentarily as he's just like, he's got no lip to bite, but his beak is shut tight as he's just trying not to guffaw.
Dearest DM, please take us a gander at line DMs. I have to do it via DMs because of how I had to send this. Do you remember this?
I remember this, yes. I gave it to you.
I never forget what's in my inventory.
Cursed
I'm going to look at both of them and go, please, I am not going to say this again. No jokes in this situation, because if you do, you're going to be put out for a little bit.
Is it the clown thing? I swear to God, if it's the clown thing.
Yeah, the clowns.
Oh no, you didn't take that.
I didn't take it.
Huh.
Are you going to punish us by sticking the Great Worm on us?
God damn.
Fire says, I didn't say that. It was Siren, it wasn't me.
I say to Draconic, to Vair, we're in this together.
We're in this together.
DM, I
Party killer.
DM.
Yes.
I go on to my handy haversack and pull this thing out.
Okay.
Can I lift
Who
up
do you
my
use it
party?
on?
I use it on Siren, Karya, and Holo Holo.
You can only point it at
What's
one
it
person at
doing
a time.
One person at a
Oh,
time?
it's the lens. It's the pyrovision lens that
Nope.
makes the
No.
person...
So
What is
No.
you stated Siren first.
I did say Siren first.
Siren? I
Yeah.
would like a will save, please.
Oh no.
Okie dokie.
As PvP commences.
The PvP can roll initiative. Karya, what do you do? I snap her neck.
Actually, just as a just to remind myself, who is in this scene currently?
Everybody.
Everyone.
All of us.
Oh, everyone.
You're all in the
Oh.
foyer of the royal
Resistance?
palace. By the way, royal attaches everywhere are all looking on as you're all standing on top of the staircase, bantering with one another, and suddenly, okay, you do succeed. As Chico, probably with a look of chagrin and totally being fed up with the current circumstances, pulls a gourd out of her handy haversack, uncorks it, and then points the neck of it at your eye level.
Oh, it's a skeleton gourd.
As your
I know
mind
what
is
you mean.
momentarily consumed with dancing skeletons, and then you shake it off and you're back in the real world.
Okay, I'm lifting Chico up over my head. We're gonna go, we're gonna
Can
stop
we-
this.
Maria's just like, can we please just... I know the king is informal, but this is pushing it.
In my
I
mind's
I like
eye,
to imagine
I saw
these
multiple
split-
boners.
Mr.
You were
GM
sent
have
to the
deposited
bone
something.
zone. Hmm?
Mr. GM have deposited something in your
Thank you.
DMs.
I like to
No.
imagine that they open up the doors to see Siren tripping balls for a moment, and just fucking Chico is angrily pointing a gourd at people as she's hoisted over Karya's head, and he's trying to get the thing away. They open the doors. Ah, yes, we've arrived.
And we all like adjust ourselves up, adjust our posture, straighten our
Just
backs,
drops
and, like,
Chico on
dust
the
off our
ground.
clothing, fix our
Immediately
hair. Ah, yes, we're here.
Pops the cork in the gourd.
Very professional.
Don't need that at pointing at anyone else.
I would like to sleight of hand the gourd from Chico.
Oh my
No,
god.
it goes back in the handy haversack.
Oh. Well, isn't it lucky I have planar travel? No, I'm kidding.
Planar travel to.
Where?
Ah, yes, I'm going to plane shift.
Into the haversack.
Well,
And then suffocate.
there's only one obvious course of information. Obvious course at this point. Chico tried to send her to the bone zone mentally. She'll send them to the Shadowfell physically. Just. All right, let's go.
Okay.
Clark is like, sweet home.
Are we ready now? Have you guys
Yes,
have you got the horseplay out? Are you ready to be at an age above kindergarten?
We will never
God,
be.
I hope so.
I'd say we're first graders.
Wow, that's a promotion, isn't it?
Eddie, please.
I can't believe I faced life and death with you people.
Yes, we're ready.
Okay.
Okay, child.
Okay. And then she pushes the door open. Inside is the same sort of drawing room, basically, that he previously spoke to you in. This is not the... this is not the royal chamber where the throne is. This is his audience chamber, where he speaks to people one-on-one. There's a big desk backwards towards the wall. Large stacks of paperwork here and there. Well, in this case, you see a few officials coming back and forth, passing in and out, talking to him. A little bit of energy in the room right now, but overall, the king mostly just seems a bit mussed over something, poring over papers. And then sees the door open, and Maria come through with the rest of you. Ah, the valiant heroes return! Welcome back! How was your trip over to Rosano? Uneventful, I hope. No,
Well,
to be fair, I know it wasn't, but I... Yeah.
optimism is rarely misplaced.
He nearly
hero.
died at the point to Karya.
Yes, there was several close calls, as you may see, and I'm sure you've heard. One of your retinue was indeed a monster. It was quite an adventure.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that. I'm sorry.
As terrible as it is to say, it's very strange to say. These things happen.
Well, I've struggled to think what these things might fall under, but in this case, it happened. And I wish I could say something more about it. I wish there was something I could have done to prevent it.
Well, you didn't know. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah.
You were literally being tricked by a copy of someone who you trusted. But
Unfortunately.
you know, it does happen. There's deceit.
I think you'll at least be happy to know that we ran a rigorous search and a check over all of the staff within the palace. And then we essentially stepped up some of our security measures in terms of verifying the trustworthiness of various members of the state. Not foolproof, mind you,
Good.
but magic helps patch quite a few of those holes. So,
Very good.
did you manage to eliminate the threat to Vark?
Well,
All but one.
interesting that you would say eliminate. In truth, I don't believe we actually did it.
How so?
Vark, if you would care to explain, since it was your life on the line, there are some pressing matters in Rosino and their crime families that have arisen, and Vark would probably have a better grasp of how to explain it than I.
Vark?
Vark, for one, was the moment they entered, that kind of all fell into the room. Vark immediately took a sharp right turn into the corner. He's just staring for a moment, and then looks towards Maria, and goes, "You didn't mention it in your report?"
Well, I can only put so much in a letter at one time. I tried to be comprehensive, but in like the last week when I was intending to send my last report when we were just before we shortly were meant to leave Rubido, but then the whole thing with Brightbeard happened and I didn't really get the chance to send it.
Very well. And he stops, crosses his arms before his chest. At the forefront of the investigations into my master's property was a criminal syndicate. We managed to discern its name and track down its location. Though, when we attempted to investigate further by attempting to sneak into one of their hideouts, we came across... He stops for a moment, tilts his head to the side. Complications. The entirety of the syndicate, or at least its leading body, was eradicated by a singular devil. Thusly, the direct threat to my life and that of my master's property is gone. And while said individual claimed to be of no harm to me or my master or any one of us, it warrants precaution because there is now a quite literal devil leading a syndicate, and while I am not aware of her intentions, they can't be anything good.
Closes his eyes. He nods. That is dire news. That is terrible, actually. I'm sorry that it's somehow escalated into that. I'm not sure how it reached that point. I can only assume, given the fact that it involves a devil, that they invited it on themselves. And only made things worse for the rest of us. What else is new? Am I right? Still, we can at the very least consider the primary mission tentatively a success. So now I'm potentially going to have to find some subtle way of passing this to the reigning regent of Rosino without just openly sending him a letter saying, hey, you've got a devil on your doorstep. Because if that gets intercepted, that can lead to all kinds of bad things. I'm gonna have to...
Given your network of spies, I'm sure you will be receiving reports sooner than later.
More than likely.
But
I
and I'm
anticipate
sure
that given how quickly you got here, the whatever reports I might be receiving are not too far out.
the name you will be looking out for is one of. And he turns towards the group. Desperados, correct?
That'd be them.
The
Yeah.
Desperate. Interesting. Interesting thing to name yourself.
She calls herself Desperada, and as the name implies, as you've already figured out, she preys on the desperate, striking deals with them.
Yeah, Senora La Desperada, Lady of the Desperate.
But she's also been strong-arming a lot of the other criminals in the city. It proves that she's also gaining a lot of influence among them, it seems.
There rarely is a
Hey,
creature better at doing so than a devil. And
Yes,
if she
and it
goes
appears
unchecked, she will gain momentum very quickly.
All the more reason to probably meet that momentum.
Just hope that I just hope that Rosino, with their constant focus outwards, will listen to me, find a reason to listen to me, and turn that, at least a portion of that attention inwards. They don't often take my counsel at face value, nor that I usually lend it very much credence. Lorbus is often seen as being one of the softer nations, and as such, a counsel that it provides is usually second guessed. And we hope that Rosino, when advised, will listen. Because I cannot, as much as I would like to, operate within their soil with any amount of obviousness to counteract this devil. It wouldn't openly provoke war, and then it would just be utter bedlam. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave this in Rosino's hands until now, unless it spills over into my borders and they ask for help. Which I don't see them doing unless they are on their last legs. If they're at that point, then that opens a whole new slew of issues with Aerodyne, because if Rosino presents a weak face, Aerodyne might see that as cause to come trampling back in. And that just after we'd had such a long stint of peace. This could have a very bad knock-on effect. This could spell doom for the Quadranon if we're not careful.
That was my worry as well. Though it seems as though with Desperada's taking of this crime family, she's made quite a few enemies.
I don't doubt
more
it.
Than of just more than of just the mortal plane.
Oh. Here, I thought you were just going to tell me about how her hostile takeover was making enemies of the other crime groups. Tell me, what other enemies are these?
Well, we only bore witness, know the name of one of them. There were 3 other devils there with her, rather displeased. Now, she may also have been sending out agents to strong-arm, make their presence known, but if she's made an enemy of other devils, I worry what else she may have made an enemy of to get the position of power, and with her strong-arming already underway, I don't suspect it's going to be well for Rosino if they don't act on this now.
I don't imagine it will. But this offers interesting avenues. Angry devils are a force to be reckoned with. An angry enough devil is sometimes willing to forego some of the limitations they normally impose upon themselves, which makes them doubly dangerous, especially if they're desperate.
Clearly she's desperate enough to start pouring this proverbial cannon at you.
Possibly. Worst comes to worst, We may have to contact some of these devils, see if we can't make a mutual enemy out of her.
That was actually what I was going to suggest doing before we left. The man that we met appears to enjoy his crossroads, and while we've not made any dealings with him prior...
Wise decision. None of you are trained demonologists, or are at all schooled in how to do any sort of devil deal or binding circle. Had you done that, I fear the worst may have happened to you.
Indeed. Mallory. But anyways,
Excuse me?
What did you say?
that was out of character. I should have clarified.
Make sure
Yeah,
to
yeah, I figured.
specify that next time, because
Yeah,
otherwise I
need
will
to-
take
need
that
to
as in
specify
character.
No, I know. That's why I dropped the Karia voice to go Mallory. But no. Yes, indeed. Well, while we are no demonologists ourselves, I'm sure that you can find yourself some. I'm sure that you have some in your employ.
We have a
I
couple
don't
on
know
deck.
how-
There are at least a couple that are not fond of Paradigm.
Well, be that as it may, Aerodine, or Zyno, any of them, I suspect that if this is not snuffed out, there will be all-out war in those streets. The strong arming that we saw simply from the one day would at least be justification for that alone.
So, for now, we play the low game, slow game. And we see what comes of it. We see what her potential goals and ambitions are. And we allow Rosino to tend to their own issues within their own borders. And if things boil over, then we'll see what we can do.
That being said, don't send the proverbial powder keg for too long. You never know.
I will try not to, but unfortunately, this is powder kegs upon powder kegs. That's the unfortunate consequence of international politics. Because if I'm not lighting one powder keg, I'm lighting the other, often. Being a regent is like walking around in a powder house with a lit match, and you can't blow it out. So, besides that, did anything else happen on your trip that I might not be aware of, that you might like to mention? Maybe something a little more lighthearted, or something else dire that I should be aware of?
Brightbeard was mentioned.
Oh,
Right,
he's
yes,
in
you
the area,
mentioned him.
and is taking a liking to Mallory.
He looks to Mallory with a meaningful look and says, I see.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening to the past thing. Why was I mentioned?
Well, Brightbeard was mentioned, and it was Karia said that he had taken a liking to you, to which Guillermo goes, I see.
Ah,
Considering a life of piracy, or is this if he really took a liking to you, I don't know how you're standing in front of me at the moment.
I believe he wants me to be a part of his crew, but the sentiment is one-sided.
I have, in none of my reports on him, ever heard of that making any sort of difference to him. He generally does not tend to care for the attitude of the people he steals from or the people he steals.
Well, we won't let him steal Mallory.
Then I suggest you not spend very much time on the high seas for now. At least as short
Yes.
as possible. Stay as far inland as you can. Avoid any ships with big flaming lights on them. And definitely stay away from the southern seas for the time being. Those are his stomping grounds.
Well, I'll keep that in mind.
And I pray the
Never
winds
treading
keep
those
you out of
waters.
his reach, because if the harpoons are able to reach your boat, you will not be able to get away.
Wonderful.
Swift winds to your back. Anything else?
I'm trying to
Um,
remember. What else?
well,
I
we
feel like there
reclaimed-
was.
We reclaimed the tower, as well as Vark
Oh,
getting...
yeah.
Heard about
getting-
that. Congratulations. And congrats to you, Vark, on getting your birthright.
He bows.
I'm proud of him.
I'm happy for you.
Oh, and I suppose our intention is to head back to the north at this current juncture. We've received word from an old confidant and a Stanislav.
I'm aware.
who-
I've been in
Yes.
contact with him recently.
Oh, did he reach out to you?
No, I reached out to him.
Any particular reason, if I may ask, Guillermo?
Oh, you spoke highly of him the last time you came through here. He seems like a reasonable person after exchanging a few letters. And honestly, it's been a very long time since I've managed to find somebody to talk to in the nation of Mordon, where it's not just kept entirely to bank stubs. So it's nice to be able to hear about what it's like living in Mordon without it being filtered through the lens of spy reports or my recent overdraft. So, besides that, it's a decent point of contact. And while it's not necessarily a jumping point for spycraft, as I very much doubt he would allow himself to be used in such a way. He's also a mutual acquaintance of the both of us, and hopefully will allow me to keep consistent contact with you. And also, since I've been made aware that Chaiko is in need of some information pertaining to some issues of her own, will make facilitating that information just a bit easier. Because as I understand it, especially if you're heading back up north, Stanislav will have a much easier time relaying information to you than I would. Especially since my reach here as regent does not particularly go very strongly up into Mordon and beyond. That said, I also understand through him that you have something of an investment in the village of Strasbourg, correct?
Well, indeed. We helped establish the town proper after some rather, well, pressing incidents. Aside from unifying the troglodytes along with them,
Mhm.
my
yes.
intention is to head to the frozen north. At least that is my personal goal.
No proof of challenge.
I am
Is this
looking-
related to your aspirations as a potential monarch?
That would be true, yes.
I guess as much. So, how would you like to get some potential practice in diplomatic relations and administration of a nation, or at the very least a village for the time being? Because my proposition to you, as a group, Eukaria specifically, is if you want to be a king one day, you're going to need the practice. The Kingdom of Lorbus would like to officially extend a diplomatic hand to the city, to the village of Strasbourg. I would do this officially with Stanislav, but he is not the chartered owner of the village. You and the villagers of Strasbourg are, and as you are the only major representative of the village that I can reliably get in contact with for the time being, I'm extending it to you.
We will be sure to pass the message along, but we do not stand for the village itself.
Indeed, but, well, we recently saw how they were doing, yes? And, well, with what's going on
To
currently...
an extent.
Yes, we've seen to an extent what they are doing. I would hate to make that decision without them, well, in the knowledge of it, but my initial understanding is we've had nothing but good relations with you. What would this entail, Guillermo?
Well, what any relationship between two different nations would be. Relationships with Portaline and with Lorbus, trade, and various other, and the ostensible benefits of good diplomatic ties between two nations, the sharing of information and the sharing of trade and goods. I understand that the nation of Portaline is looking to potentially be an exporter of valuable minerals, and Lorbus, being a mostly flatland country, does not have a very good source of that.
Yes, and it's difficult to grow food in the north with it being so, well...
Yes, and while we're not exactly close by, there are magical ways of preserving large amounts of food, and if things work out well, in exchange for Port Alliance hard goods, Lorbus would be able to offer some of its power as a breadbasket.
Would I be so bold as to... If our intentions are already to head north, would you be willing to charter us a vessel with some of your goods? They are in a bit of a situation right now, and I suppose it would sway their beliefs a bit if they had proof of this rather than words. They are hardy people, and they prefer action over just promises.
He turns his head to the side a little bit, nods, and says, "I can make that work. It's going to take a little bit of time. If you want to have a chartered vessel loaded with goods, it's going to take a bit of time to get that prepared. So you're not going to be able to leave immediately, which is good, because we're a little busy as well. And also, I have a favor to ask of you.
Yes, we've been told, and
Here
kept
it
in the
is.
dark on this.
This is just
Here it is. Wait,
promise
for
you,
this entire
just to settle
time.
the score. So there's an even score on the board. No, so that we're even, Steven. No having to worry about it in the future. No people on the sidelines going like, "Oh, they owe the king a favor. How can he let this stand?" No. So, first of all, here's a cut. You can come out now. And he raps twice on his desk. All right.
Hello.
Our guest has fallen asleep.
Our honored guest, would you like to... Second as I change and go to players. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Oh, would I? Okay. I assume I'm coming through like one of the side doors or something.
Well, that
Or do I come
you could be
on, like, behind
blending
them?
out of the corner.
That was a consideration, but that would have been funny.
Mhm.
No, she's too polite for that. So instead she's gonna come out of one of the side doors. This, well, I guess for a woman rather tall, at 6 feet, is a tall woman with straight back, holding herself in a very, not regal position, but a very,
Dignified?
I guess, authoritative? Yeah, dignified, authoritative in a way. Air about her. I'm gonna say right now she's not wearing the cloak, so you can see the woman of Eastern descent, Titan's arm, which I guess
Western,
Chaiko
actually.
would be the one who would know. Western, is it?
Hmm.
I'm confused by Google Maps, sorry.
You're welcome.
Which Chaiko would
Chaiko
be
immediately
the one
recognizes
to...
the make of her armor and weapons, as well as just her physical features. That's a fellow armor. Okay, so continue with your description.
Yeah, with long flowing brown hair, a long katana blade by her side, a armor of Titan's arm make with lamella plating, a lot of what's the word? Elegant make of mithril material. So it's very whitish, silvery. And one of the most striking features being that she only has one arm. It's quite clear that one of her arms is missing.
Okay.
Ooh.
Everybody, I would like you to meet Shizuka. She is one of my...
She goes into a... She's like... How do I say this? she's about to go into a, local, like, curtsy bow, and then, like, looks at Chaiko, is about to go into the, like, Western deep bow that she's used to, and then, like, switches between the two and doesn't know quite which one to go first. It's a fucking Grim, I hate you. Disarming personality.
Oh, Grim.
Yeah, then, but she doesn't say anything.
Shizuka is one of my most trusted attendants. She comes from the Titan's Arm, and well, I assume that I'm gonna push it, but I assume there might be some interesting conversation between you two. She nods to Chaiko. I'm given to understand that you potentially share more similarities than I previously thought. Part of the reason why I brought her in today. The other reason is because for the task at hand that I have for you, you're going to require a representative from the throne. And while I see that Maria has built something of a rapport for you, I think she needs a break. And also, she has a very much deserved vacation lined up. To which Maria says, wait, I didn't sign up for anything. You're taking a break.
Yes, she deserves one.
You're going to take a break. You're going to probably mourn Jorek. And then you're going to come back, and you're going to be refreshed. It's the last of that. King's orders.
The famous forced vacation.
Well untold. So, Shizuka is one of my most loyal attendants. And she's going to accompany you on this task that I have for you. She is going to be more or less your... she's going to bear a badge of office, which is going to permit you into places that potentially you would otherwise not be able to. Honestly, you shouldn't need it too much, but if anybody particularly stops you, questions you, Shizuka will just be able to flash the badge and they'll probably move out of the way if they know what's good for them. So, to the task at hand. And he's going to look around and motion to those kind of coursing around the room. He's like, a moment alone, please. Looks of concern, but people file out. Doors close, and then it's just all of you. He says, so,
Would you like some extra privacy?
if you can provide it.
I'm going to cast Hidden Table.
Good trick. Okay. So, I have a plan to shake things up in the economy a little bit.
There's just immediately a snort from Shizuka from the side.
By you.
Oh? Are you investing in BitGold?
Holo has a very visibly concerned look on his face as he says that. He looks over the card and he's like, got good with money.
Yes, I know. Don't worry.
Don't
Are
worry
you
about it.
staging a?
No heist.
Hi.
There will be no gold being exchanged. As a matter of fact, I very much went out of my way to make sure there will be no money changing hands in this.
To be fair, a heist would be fun.
I'm very ill-suited.
Yes, I am doing this to your guys' strength by giving you a job that even a battering ram could accomplish. So, I crafted this plan very specifically so that it would not destabilize anything too much. That it would not hurt anybody, leave anybody starving or bereft of their life savings. No heist, no bank robbery, no pilfering from the rich, giving to the poor, none of that. What I need you all to do is take that ridiculous-sized cart of yours down to the docks to warehouse 12C. And I want to make sure you make it known that you are there on royal authority. Pick up and transport as much fish as your cart can carry.
I see. We are going to the sea. But what is the purpose of,
Now,
I suppose, investing in economy through means of fish?
Well, if
now
you must
Holo
know,
face is just gleaming.
if you must know, fish is an important food here within Lorbis, and it's also of great importance, at least in part, to the economy. It has great nutritional value, and also it is the fish market here is a lucrative one. If suddenly one of the major warehouses storing that fish suddenly finds itself bereft of it, there will be an upset. People will be going for weeks without their fish. There will be upsets when they find out that the crown, specifically an order from the king, for some reason left them bereft of one of the major staples of the city and the country. They will be unhappy about that. And hopefully, that should shake their trust in me, not the kingdom, just enough that they'll call for me to step down from my throne. I have a bunch of people potentially lined up to take over. We'll have I'll get them to slowly integrate a democratic election process. It's a whole thing, but that's the cart before the horse.
So Maria was absolutely correct. This is a harebrained scream to lose your throne.
See, I told you.
Your Highness, you're genuinely a very intelligent person, but your schemes are always the craziest ones.
I need to occupy myself somehow.
I mean, at the same time, hope it works.
It won't, I'm afraid. Listen, if I was a citizen of this fine kingdom, I would look at you with... I would idolize you. You are absolutely making this kingdom thrive.
That's the problem. I don't want to be idolized.
But do you really think that simply stripping people of one of their food sources for a little bit and slightly inconveniencing them will make them angry enough to dethrone you?
No. But
people
what I
get
do
dethroned
think
for the most outrageous reasons. This is nothing.
What my point isn't for that to be the only thing that makes them angry at me. What my point is I want to do small things in consequence and in sequence to bit by bit undermine their view of me. Because they hold me in far too high regard right now. I hate the fact that my entire nation is hedging so many of their bets on me alone. They shouldn't be having faith in me. They should be having faith in the kingdom. So, that's my plan. Now,
why don't you just voluntarily step down?
Because then that leaves a vacuum, and then people are going to wonder why their king left. They'll lose hope. There's going to be no idea of... People aren't going to be ready for a transition of power or a change in government. It's going to be far too sudden. I can't just say, I'm instituting a republic, because that's not how it works. Now,
chances are the party's still going to idolize you even if you do that.
Now,
you thought about a constitutional monarchy?
Thought about it. Considered it. Don't really like it, because it still has me as a king. Now, criticism aside, stow it. I'm calling in the favor, and you can't say no.
If I may ask a question, at the very least, Yermo.
Sure.
How will this affect the Strasbourg Treaty, then? If we are to sign on, will your predecessor follow the same agreement if it's not even established yet?
My advisor will oversee the transition, and he'll make sure that the agreement is honored.
Very good. Okay.
He's the one who's actually facilitating most of the changes in the kingdom and administrating things. I just call the shots.
Of course. And the fish... Check, this did cut out for me, so please clarify. The fish that we're taking, this is out of character, the fish that we're taking, is that going to...
I'll go right back to the people. Once the upset's actually begun, it'll go right back to the people.
Okay. There we go, because I was like, are we taking these fish over to Strasbourg?
Let them spoil in a warehouse somewhere? Gods, no. That'd be a total waste.
No. It's like, I was going to say, are we taking them to Strasbourg with us?
Oh, no, they
somehow?
would never keep.
They wouldn't make it. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Though, there was magic. But yeah, no,
if you wanted to be shark bait all the way there, sure, but...
I mean, not to mention you have to worry about market price getting all wonky and things like that, but that's beside the point.
Well, that's kind of the point, actually. If there's a small upset in the market for a time, that helps shake the confidence in the reigning monarch. But anyway.
You ever think this could probably backfire on you?
It might.
I think he hopes for it to backfire.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well,
Hey, to be honest, if I were in your shoes, I'd hope for it to backfire too. But at the same time, I'd probably put in a, I don't know, a backdoor plan B.
Oh, I've
something
got,
like that.
I've got backstops, and I've got security plans in case it actually really badly goes out of whack. And also, I trust my advisor to potentially guard for anything I don't expect. He always seems to have a plan B, C, D, and E.
Of course. And your heir, then, that you are choosing, your
I don't have an heir.
your predator,
What are
not
you
an
talking
heir. Your
Successor.
well,
Yeah,
the
I have
successor.
I have a council that I have prepared in case of this happening. They will take over for me, the actual Republican council, who will then oversee the electoral process that will actually have a qualified leader step in.
Okay, so it's not going to be this is the one who's going to take over now.
No.
He
That
will
would just
the
be a dictatorship
monarchy.
instead of a monarchy.
one. Well, that's good. I was concerned I would have to cut your head off. But we're good. Okay, I
Yeah,
can
look,
do
I'm
this.
I'm not looking to join the folks down in the duchies.
I figured you wouldn't, and that I just needed to clarify.
I would like to point out the moment Carrier says something like cut, the king's head off. There's immediately a hand to her sword.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it just has a gut
Um,
reaction.
Yep.
An immediate focus and immediately look towards Kara, like, please do not say that.
Well,
Yeah.
Flick also places like a palm on his sword, also reflexively, just in case.
Yeah. No, no.
Momentary standoff, and then
holding up Lolo.
Feeling the tension in the room, Carl kind of go, if he was to become a tyrant, you wouldn't want me to cut off it. There is no doubt
He's
that.
reading a book.
Yeah.
I would like
I-
for that particular statement and the statements that Kari stated thereafter to be expunged from a record.
they're
the
not in
stenographer
record.
hidden in the
Yes,
corner
no,
didn't
yes.
like the stenographer in the corner stops for a moment, looks at the king, and kind of goes, "Yeah, that's strike that from the record." And then she takes her
Yeah,
pen and
strike that, get up.
Actually, yeah, Flick will take his hand off his sword. Yeah, probably best if we just forget that happened.
Indeed.
No hostilities. Clearly, we shouldn't be fighting in here. This is the war room.
That is
Absolutely.
correct.
Yes.
It's not actually the war room; it's the audience chamber. The war room's over there.
Yeah, it's the audience chamber.
But yes,
Proverbial war room.
it's a simple
yes.
task. It should only take a couple of hours. You'll be carting off a bunch of fish, and after that, really, you just need to sit on it for a couple of hours and see if people react. If nothing happens, fine. If people don't trust me as much as before, also fine. But that's not the concern right now. This is all I'm asking for you. It's a simple task. It really shouldn't take more than a little bit of time out of your day. And while you're doing that, I'll have things readied up to start getting a ship sorted out for you.
All right.
Wonderful.
Sounds simple.
Well, I still struggle with the idea of you stepping down as king. Your reasons are your own, and I am not one to expunge a favor.
I'll be honest, I have a hard time picturing why you would want to be a king. But hey, that's the divide between us. Your reasons are your
Indeed.
own.
Draconic pride, you know how it is.
I suppose. I think it's something that runs a bit deeper than that. But hey, I'm not a psychologist, I'm just a king.
Yes. Well
Say
then.
what now?
So, if it's not too much inconvenience, please take Shizuka with you. No lopping each other's heads off unless you really must. Shizuka, be nice to them. These are decent folk. They're a bit insane, but they spend most of their time traveling around, and they just got done dealing with a criminal syndicate, so I'm pretty sure that's standard at this point.
I will try my best, Your Majesty.
Thank you very much, Shizuka. You've always been of great help to me. I'll miss your coffee. I'll miss your coffee while you're gone for those. He checks his watch. 2 hours.
She as he mentions coffee, she just kind of raises like an insulated flask
You are a god.
for the day.
I'm going to need this. And yes,
She hands him the insulated flask of coffee.
he places it down on the table, unscrews it, and says, "I'm going to need this because I've got a lot of paperwork to get through in the next couple of hours, especially if I hope to not be king by the end of that." Have a good day, and I hope to see you guys in a little bit. Have fun. And you know, I'll have a bath drawn for you because you're probably not going to smell too great when you get back.
I'm gonna
Wonderful.
look down at my cappies, and I'm gonna say in Poopin, you think we could get Mom to bring up a whole school of fish up there just so we can ruin his plan?
I mean, if you can convince her.
You know how we could convince her?
She looks at you and is like, I don't know, I don't. You don't really, unless you missed it last time, you don't really parlay with Chalet.
He's almost speaking in a weird language to his fucking rats again, his giant
They're just
rats.
chittering back and forth at each other.
Yeah.
Interesting. So,
Does he do that a lot?
I think so.
Yes. What,
You
you
want-
can't understand what they're
Looking up
saying?
dogs.
I can.
What did we just say then? Hold on, just go look at her dead guy.
It's a secret.
I'm still rolling up the nat 20 I got from the capybara's body language. Just me like, I would like to request this also be expunged from the
Right.
record.
Nice. Yes. So, are we going to expunge the capybara chittering from the record? It's like,
It was a joke.
oh my god,
Humor.
you made a joke?
Mallory, are you sure that that's you in there? I am
I
unaccustomed.
your trip to Rosino must have changed all of you quite a bit.
Yes, being swallowed and going under or near demonic influence, and well, the multitude of other things that brought us together as we possibly could. I think.
That's reassuring to hear. Now then, I have a great deal of things to discuss with most of my advisors and my cabinet. So unfortunately, my time that I can spare for you is unfortunately at its end.
That's
Well,
alright.
we'll see this done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He dips a quill into a ink pot and begins pulling another sheet of paper over. I have so much paperwork to fill out. And he gets scribbling away, now fully immersed in his job.
Are you sure that the reason you want to abdicate isn't so you're no longer plagued by paperwork?
He looks up from it, looks at you. First he looks up, he's staring into the middle distance. Then he looks up at you and says, "Whatever could give you that impression?" So it's just the quill lingers there on the paper, and a large black blot begins to form.
Careful, careful, careful.
He, like, takes the paper, rolls it up, tosses it to the side, takes a new piece.
That's on me.
Enjoy your time in
Oh.
the town.
Indeed.
I will try my best.
See the sights while you're there.
Okie
I understand there's a farmer's market right now. Actually, that's a bit presumptive of me. I'm sorry, Shizuka.
No, it's fine.
As he then once more focuses, it gets writing.
At that point, Shizuka kind of like gestures with her arm to the others, and then turns and goes to leave the audience chamber.
Yes, and Guillermo, when they inevitably dethrone you and hopefully throughout the room of regicide, swing by the north. It would be lovely to see you as a common man.
You know what? I've always wanted to travel.
It is not pleasant. But it's new.
God, do I need that?
Trust me. Besides the possibility of illnesses, the inclement weather, and other such hazards, it's quite worth it.
And currently, some bastard claiming my land. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll take care of him. Why are you still here? Come on,
Indeed.
go. I've got people
Let's
to talk
go.
to.
Go.
I'm
go.
trying to. Yeah.
Come on, new friend. Join us. And Siren picks up alpaca, puts him on her head, and starts marching out through the door.
Siren commandeers the smallest capybara.
Is he
Once
like
again.
springing or something like that? Is he like chirping or anything as he's like grabbed?
He's doing it. As he sort of like paddles his legs, where he's laying belly first on her head, and his legs are just kind of splayed out to the side, and they're paddling a little bit in the air.
This is the exact kind of group that the king would put his trust in.
And then I'm gonna look at Shizuka and say, "Would you like to pet my capybara?" And then I'm gonna hold out Lola.
I'm fine. Thanks.
Come on. Last one there is a rotten fish.
I'm not rotten fish, and then the holo holo's gonna start dashing out.
I'm
shit.
not. How dare you call me a rotten fish?
Holo Holo being the only one in the party who's actually like part fish, who was previously holding out a capybara in a very almost sort of like lazy fashion, immediately gets a vim and vigor in his body he was previously not displaying, and then dashes out the door.
While he's out there, I'm gonna cast Slipstream on myself. I'm gonna go even
shit.
faster.
Suddenly his body takes on a water after image as he begins.
No.
So, yep. Let's probably make our way out of the city before Mr. Brightbeard gets a bright idea and decides to send a firestorm after us or something such.
Yes.
Oh no, maybe some
Wait,
kind of
she's-
pyroclastic,
the
maybe some
group.
sort of pyroclastic flow. I've only heard legends of the man. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he was capable of it.
As the,
Shizuka opens her mouth to say something and then just falls silent.
as the group as a whole slowly coasts out of the room, the doors do shut behind you as you hear more people coming back in. Conversation begin to pick up, more quills scratching, and then click shut, and the noise stops. You are back out in the foyer with Holo Holo dashing out the front door of the. Holo Holo, are you going for the front door of the palace, or are you going out the side door that you came in through?
Any door.
Any door. Closest would be the front door.
Yeah.
Okay, that ejects you out to the front, where there is the large crowd of people coming in to hopefully have an audience with the king, as you, in front of hundreds of people, come out blitzing through holding a capybara and dashing in this water after image through the crowd.
Fucking
I hate
fucking
that
Lola's
can't
like,
wait for
"Oh,
it."
let's slow down."
Can't wait for him to just fucking face first run into somebody.
She doesn't love it.
Why did he run out?
Because somebody
He's
said
not a
the
rotten
last
fish.
person out is a rotten fish,
Oh.
and Holo Holo is part fish.
You really took that personally.
Really did. If anybody could understand Lolo, they would have heard too fast, too fast, too fast! They
Can I
can't.
roll a
All
sense
they heard
motive
was
with
desperate
advantage?
squeaking from a capybara.
Can I roll sense motive with advantage?
Fuck it, sure. Do so with a bonus instead of advantage, because advantage is the thing.
I know. Why not? Why not? Where's
Go for
sense motive?
So, do the rest of the people follow him out the front door, or do they decide to instead take the side entrance out?
Out of
Shizuka's going for the side entrance. You can run all you want.
Side entrance. Let's be inconspicuous just in case.
Maria?
Yes.
Maria, for her part, goes, well, it seems I've been benched for the most part. So I don't know where the hell...
Just take the vacation.
Okay.
You haven't been benched. You're simply taking time off. And I mean, I believe you should thank you for all of your help. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. And I learned a lot on the trip, short as it was. I got to know you all, which, despite your eccentricities and apparently my own, was well worth it. You guys take care of each other.
Indeed.
Absolutely. And, well, since you may not be a servant of a king, but the next time we see each other, well, come by the north as well. We will see you there.
Well, at the very least, my oath was to him, though I still serve the country. Do my best, depending on how things work out. But a trip north doesn't sound too bad.
You've got a friend in us.
You've got a friend in me.
I've got a snake in my boot. But yes, as she nods and says, "Thank you. Those are in rarer supply than I thought before. I'm very, very fortunate for it. Enjoy your fish errand, Shizuka. I have no doubt you'll take good care of them and keep them out of trouble. I know I struggled too."
Oh, I mean, one of them already ran off.
He's an interesting case.
I'm wondering how you managed to
I kind of didn't.
survive.
Oh, survive. I thought you meant keep them under control.
I gave up on that notion in the first 5 seconds.
Too free. Yes, I survived because they helped me, and because these are good people. Weird people, all of you. You all freak me out, but you're good people.
Is it because my cat?
Slowly
Do I
turns
look
towards...
like an Aerodyne? Do you think I am technically? No. You're all really weird, and that's some of your finest features. So, I'm gonna go, I guess, pack my bag and go on a vacation. And
Before you do, could I get a hug?
of course you can. As she steps forward, arms wide, looking up at you. Of course you can.
Siren will kneel so she can get to the height to be able to hug her properly.
And then her arms wrap around you, and there's that same surprising strength you've always seen from her. Just big, firm hug from her.
We'll see you around, yeah?
Of course you will. You always say, if you don't find me here, I'll find you.
Or wherever the wind and waves takes you.
Glad to have met you all. Now go on. You got fish to find, and I have a bag to pack.
How many
Off we
sessions
go,
has
then.
it been with us for?
Hmm?
Oh, sorry, Flick. I was just wondering, how many sessions has she been with us, like, as in the party?
Check. But in the meantime, I assume you guys are all making your way out through the side door.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, and by the time they basically leave the castle, Shizuka has put on the this green like coat, cloak, poncho kind of thing.
It would be a
mostly
cloak in this case.
Cloak, I suppose, yeah. Which she pulls on over and hides most of the armor as well as features. Which is what you can see in the reactive PNG.
Funny mask over.
Whoa!
Has the royal symbol on it.
Yeah, baby.
My goodness.
Let's see.
That's cool.
Now,
Oh, very nice.
Now that we're all here and gathered, minus he who has run off, minus the obvious escapee. As you've heard, my name is Shizuka and I'm from the Titan's Arm. It will be my pleasure to aid you all in this entirely harebrained scheme.
Lovely.
I was going to ask, how did you get to the employ of of Guillermo, out of sheer curiosity alone?
Starting with the personal questions, are we? Very well.
By the way, we are on session 45. Maria joined the party, session 25. We have
Oh
been
my
on,
God.
we have been on
Oh,
this,
wow.
we have
20
been-
sessions.
We have been on this arc through Rosaino, at least from Lorbis to Rosaino, for 20 sessions.
Damn.
Christ.
God
Nice.
damn.
So do we level up? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Kill something first.
Car is really itching for the level up.
I know. I think is I'm really not. I actually am
Oh.
itching for 2.
Shoot.
Well,
You should just
Fair.
fought, if you wanted to level up so badly, you should have just fought the devil lady. It would have been fine, trust me.
I wouldn't have.
If you had beaten the devil,
You're right.
it would have been a level
DM.
up.
You're right, DM rewind time.
Okay. It's rewind
Anyway,
time.
to get back to Kario's question that he asked. I will say I'm in search of something, and while I'm searching for said thing, I serve people I find worthy in hopes that they unearth information that I could need. I think that's should be the best way to describe it.
A fair enough answer.
Well
Yes, we like to
spoken, well met.
Yes.
Oh, I guess we should introduce ourselves. My name is Suya.
The cleric, yes?
Yes. I heal people.
That's what clerics are known to do. I have a little bit of a rundown on each of you, but I can skip all of that in the name of politeness.
Flick will
see.
extend a hand and say, "Name's Flick of the Air. Just call me Flick."
She like reaches out, like through the cloak, reaches out with the one arm she has, and gladly takes that handshake. One of the weirder customs I've had to get used to. Handshaking, I mean.
Yes, tell me about it. When I wish to speak, I have to draw my weapon generally to show respect, and that has given me several instances of people assuming I'm going to attack them.
You. She like closes her eyes with a few words of like, take a deep breath. You want to be king, right? Did I hear that correct?
Yes, indeed.
Is he the only? How do I best put
Yes.
this?
Yeah.
That's a habit. I don't. Do you want to be a king who talks with a sword? Because that's how you talk with your sword.
Well, no. It's a custom that I was raised with. At least I witnessed you lay your arms down before them to show that you are equals. And though I can understand how that may have come across as I give them a trial by combat. See, this is the problem I've had.
I'm gathering that.
Speaking of
Kings,
arms, you are from the Tons arm, yes?
I was expecting an arm joke, but that also works. Yes.
Oh, because Titan's arm.
No, because yeah.
As I
yeah,
was
yeah,
going
yeah.
to say. That blade at your side, I have not seen its make before. I assume it is native to your country?
From the very, very traditional parts of the country, yes.
Do you know a smith by the name of Falgor?
Twitch.
Knowledge.
Slowly turn.
Knowledge.
Towards slowly
Yes,
turn.
Knowledge local. From
Looks at the camera.
Isabel. Or knowledge history.
Absolutely.
She wields a katana. One-winged angel. No, one-winged arm.
One-armed angel.
Arm? One-armed? I fucked up the joke.
Local it shall be.
Local or history?
My local is better than my history.
Okay.
Didn't roll well though.
Are you still going to talk to yourself?
Oh yes, I am. I am. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Because it didn't
turn
show
it
up for
off. It was it was an 11.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing.
you know
That's like that's local for you. The name rings a bell. You're pretty sure you heard it generally in the same name and like the same circles of just generally like well-renowned craftsmen in the arm, specifically from the northern half. You think he was from Fitzmar?
Okay. Bits? Why do you ask?
Oh, nothing much. My master was in contact with such. And I figured I would ask, since you are from there.
Well, to be fair, I haven't been there in while, and even then I haven't gotten much contact with craftsmen myself. The gear you see on me is for the most part provided by the person who I served back when back at the Titan's Arm. So it's not something I commissioned myself.
Okay. Thank you very much. I glanced at Shaiko but say nothing else.
Twitch. If she,
Do we
if
see?
Tycho-
Do we see the twitching? Or are you wearing the mask, right?
I was going to say it's more of Chico is in her human form right now. If she was in her Kitsune form, her tails would have twitched. But
Also, real quick,
I
sorry
saw
to
it.
interrupt,
If
but
you gotta
yep.
dip, then go ahead.
Alright, yep, catch y'all later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thanks for being here.
Ciao.
Thanks for being here.
Have a good one.
Amigos.
So he
Okay.
runs. Anyway, more questions that you would like to offer me while we're walking to
Well,
the
you
thing?
did bring attention to it earlier. What happened to your arm?
Ah, there it is. My lack of a second arm is both a mark of pride as well as a sign of my greatest shame. Pride because it shows that I tried my best. Shame because my best wasn't enough. And that's all you need to know.
Very well. I don't mean to pry.
It is, I think, at this point, that you all have been walking and find your way to the side door once more. Opening, exiting, finding yourselves back once more on the side steps of the palace, and eventually passing through the gates, past the guards. And it was never really stated where Hollow Hollow ran off to.
I thought we already knew the location where we need to meet up at.
Well,
wait.
I think the
We're going to
location
our
in that
cart,
case would
weren't
be
we?
the card.
Oh,
The-
go to our cart? Okay, yeah, then I probably ran towards the cart.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say then that as you speak, you're meandering your way through the city. There's a couple looks here and there from the townspeople, mostly at Shizuka. Some smile, they wave to her, they say good afternoon. Some folks who don't know her personally see the insignia of the royal family. They nod or bow in acknowledgement. And in a couple cases, there's even a pair of children that come running up and basically just run circles around Shizuka before then bolting off in another direction.
She's how should I say? I'm like, it's this mix of enjoying just the friendliness and kindness, and she would obviously like wave back to the people. She would nod to those. She would give appropriate responses. The children would earn a giggle from her. And as much as she's enjoying it, there's also a hint of sorrow, I suppose.
Hesitance to engage, perhaps?
No, a deeper reason, which I won't openly say.
Eventually, you all find yourselves back at the mammoth cart, and Shizuka, you see exactly what the king was referring to. This thing could seat 4 giants, probably. Or not even, actually no, giants might be a bit much, given how their history rumored their size to be. 4 giant king, Fearballs, perhaps? Definitely.
A baby giant.
You could
Big giant.
you could cram a platoon in this thing.
well, for lack of a better term, it fits all of us and all of
And
our
more.
stuff.
It fits all their stuff, all the people, all their pets. Could probably also fit all the normal-sized horses. And also,
Yes.
grazing and watering at the trough next to the place where their cart is parked are two equally absurdly sized horses.
She stands before the side with like her mouth opening and closing repeatedly.
Shizuka, do you also have knowledge nature by chance?
I don't think I do.
Unfortunate.
You
No,
guys
I
arriving
don't.
will see Holo with like a bandage over his like nose as he fell when he was running to get there.
Okay. You would see some sort of strange gray plating. It looks almost chitinous, like a shell that has been affixed to the sides of this massive wagon.
I feel inclined to ask what event prompted you to buy a house on wheels?
Well, we intended to be traveling for quite some time, and our dear Hollow Hollow is terrible with money. So when we asked him to buy a cart, he bought the cart. The modifications are bullet skin and whatnot. You're welcome,
Do you
of
have
course.
an Okay.
But I will warn you, watch out for Dura. He is relatively kind, but he doesn't take kindly to being opened without being asked.
Don't ask. Don't ask. Don't ask. As she like slowly walks towards the fucking cart.
Hello.
Hello.
What the?
And the birds, yes,
Hello.
they
Hello.
potentially
Hello.
know true speak.
One is one's positioned in a cage, sort of sat on a bench. The other is hanging from a cage from the ceiling. You see what looks like an unholy fusion between a potu bird and a penguin, and it's saying hello to you.
How? Shizuka pinches the bridge of her nose.
Hello.
How do you manage to get weirder by the minute?
The world is weird. We simply just pick things up along the way.
Yeah, you should have seen how we met.
I just thought about this. Where did Mitra go?
Hi, Dura.
The
Yeah,
chest in
like-
the corner.
Hey,
Do I
Foxy
know what a
lady, how you
mimic
doing?
is? Or
Fox lady, how you doing?
do I know what a mimic is? Or
Oh yeah, you know what a mimic is.
somehow the mimic is the least surprising one. I don't know how.
If you can believe it, it belongs to me. Well, employed by me.
Technically,
The rest
yeah,
I don't
I was
claim.
gonna say, technically speaking, I am my own self-actualized individual. Owning me would be considered a form of indentured servitude.
Yes, I'll do my best to remember that.
Please and thank you.
Huh.
Remember, I gave you guns.
Yes.
Do I?
Yeah.
I give up. I give up. Just
Smart
let's
move.
go. Yeah, I'm. Whew.
Alright, have fun in
was
the
not
cart.
prepared for this.
Have
Nice.
fun in the cart.
As Mallory, I'm assuming, sidles up on his horned horse.
Yes, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, the desert horse.
Esmeralda.
But yes,
Whatever happened to Mitra? Because wasn't she traveling with
she
us
was
as well?
traveling with you guys, and somehow you immediately got separated at the gate again.
Yay.
Vark,
Like
please.
magic.
She has a bad tendency of doing that.
Mhm.
That's fair. We'll find her. We'll have a Mitra flare somewhere.
Hmm.
I'll go wrangle the horses.
The horse? What?
Horses!
The
You're here,
horse?
Mallory.
Anyway,
I'm sorry, I have a tendency of attracting women toward me.
and sad guys. Yes.
Sad men!
Yes. But yes, you
And pirate
all.
lords
I
now.
assume you all. You get the
Big heads.
horses hooked up. You pile into the cart. The cart begins rolling, and there's a wow as Mitra falls off the roof and hits the floor.
Oh,
Turned on the lights.
Are you drunk?
No.
When did you get here?
What? Am I drunk? Just gonna, like, prise herself off the cobblestones. She kind of like touches her head like, am I drunk? Wait, no, I think that's a concussion.
Do you require aid?
She looks up. There's an obvious look of confusion on her face for a moment. One of her arms comes up, then the other one, all the, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, point at you and go, what are you doing here?
Need to know each other.
I feel like you. She looks at each arm individually. I don't know why and I don't know how, but I feel like you were specifically born to be a mockery to me.
I mean, I don't do it on purpose, whatever I'm doing wrong.
You're not doing. No, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to.
Cool,
imply that
then you
did
can
something
lend me a
wrong.
hand and get me up into the cart, because I cannot stand straight right now.
She, like, assuming we haven't. She jumps out the cart and, like, offers a hand.
It was like, when you offer a hand, she just basically takes it as leverage and hops up into the cart. She's pretty athletic from the looks of things.
Fair enough.
Thanks for the hand up. And then she offers 3 of her own down to help hoist you in.
Ooh.
She. The same that was used to hoist her up is now used to hoist herself up, and it's like. I only have the one to spare there, so don't actually take it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm getting greedy then. I mean,
That's what I meant with mockery. That's what I meant with mockery.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, what would
No,
I
it's
do
not-
with 7? I'm already
nothing-
pretty much like lost when it comes to the extra 4. You're cool.
Nothing you have to apologize for.
You seem
Just
cool.
find it a cruel twist of fate.
Yeah, sorry about the previous question. I know that's like really personal or something. I normally
No,
don't ask someone like yourself that kind of question. Promise I'll keep mum about it. So what are we doing? Why I was just kind of, I saw you guys were gone when I woke up before, and then I just went back to sleep, and then the cart started moving.
It's a lucky day for you, Mitra.
Is it?
Today is the day we get to legally commit burglary.
Fish.
Don't
Grand
put
larceny,
it like that.
if you
Please
will.
Please do not put it like that.
Reacclamation of assets that are not ours to be returned at a later time. Borrowing.
Taria gets about 3 words into that string of like multisyllabic words, and you see Mitra's eyes just slowly drift apart.
We're taking
Oh,
things
for the
and bringing
love
them
of-
back later.
We
Oh,
will quite
okay.
literally be taking food away from many families.
Only for a
Stop
couple of
putting
hours.
it like that.
It is a fact.
You can phrase it better.
Huzzah for legal crime.
Only the guilty put on airs.
That's not how the. Oh,
Anyways,
boy.
Mitra, don't worry. We're doing things legal, but strange.
So we're filching
We have a
fish.
favor for the king. Yes, for the time being.
Cool.
We're returning them, though.
Even better.
But he may not notice 1 or 2 of them going missing if you would like a snack.
I
Tycho
won't.
just lets
I
out a
will.
sigh.
I will do it!
So we're like doing this as a hobby. Do you guys just really like fish, or
No, the king of
It's-
Lorbus has requested this.
I really like fish.
A bit quieter, please, but yes.
Wow, that's a weird king.
Yes, tell me about it.
Okay, sure, I'm down. Sounds exciting.
Shizuka, I should warn you that there is, You know what? I'll let you decide and discover for yourself. You have a lovely time. I'm going to get the cart moving. He's just gonna leave.
As the cart kicks
hate
into
how you put
motion
that.
again.
I hate. Oh,
If you
goodness.
if you see a creepy looking staff, don't touch it.
Ah, yes, the foot
What?
locker underneath your feet.
Yeah, I have that locked away.
What?
Hopefully the holy scriptures are still intact.
Actually, that's a good point. 1 second while I do something real quick. I promise the
Ah,
session
God.
the session will oh, God damn it, Grin. That is a perfect. I'm gonna use that at some point.
What?
Nothing. I might pass it along after the session. Okay. The cart begins to move. And Mitra herself kind of like sidles along one of the big benches. 'Cause there's two ones side by side that basically like opposite each other. And they're quite large and quite spacious. You can basically use them as a bed if you wanted to, but they don't really have much padding. At least not much that's been added. Mitra kind of sidles up alongside you, Shizuka. And she's like, this might be a bit like rude, and if so, I'll totally blame the concussion for it. But she leans over and whispers something in your ear.
I'm at the edge of my seat.
I hear typing in the background.
Oh,
You know, I think the DM should say it out loud.
Potentially allow perception checks to hear this, but I really think this should be left up to RP.
she like not reels away, but she like leans away from Mitra after getting
Like Mitro's leans back. Is like, no pressure if you don't want to answer that. I know it's like really, really rude, but like, really see many folks like yourself around, which is rich coming from me because like
I've never seen somebody with 6 arms. So
yeah,
I
exactly.
guess we-
I'm a freak, and I'm from all the way like the other side of the world apparently. So. So it's just interesting to meet somebody from the other side of the world.
He wants.
Yeah, if you wanna put it like that. To answer your question, not for that long.
Oh, okay, cool, thank you. And then she slides back away, giving you your space.
Curious.
Cool. As you trot on through the city, you may continue to talk amongst yourselves for a while. To remind, the goal is warehouse C12, which should be found on in the city docks.
On the way there, Siren leans over to Hello and says, Hello. I noticed you are well equipped with the knowledge of poisons and substances that alter the mind and the body. Are you familiar with this? And she pulls out the elf weed.
Boy.
Am I familiar with weed? With elf weed?
Your adoptive dad smoked this shit like a chimney.
Damn.
You recognize that skunk smell anywhere.
No,
I was told it was the good stuff.
You see Holo. Holo's eyes are already red, huh?
Contact eye.
He's developed such a sensitivity to it.
Remind me, this stuff is legal, right?
Yes,
right?
it is legal within the city.
Okay.
What is illegal is tampering with it or adding anything to it.
Gotcha,
If it is to be sold, it must be sold as is. The only forms it may be changed into is either diluted in liquid or ground up. Otherwise, it must be presented as not all natural.
Fair enough.
Hey, you want to know something funny? You want to know something funny? I'll say it. Yeah, it's called Pakalolo, where I come from. And then and then I'm gonna smile towards the camera.
And then the both the capybaras do a little Seth Rogen.
I hate that.
Oh god.
Fentanyl, at least THC. God, that's a good name for it. THC.
THC.
Yes.
You should know what they call it in Elven. The ganja.
Hmm.
The ganja.
But yeah, what about it?
Well, I was just browsing the market and I found this little tea stall that had a bunch of floral and herbal things. And, I thought, why not add one to my collection, given that this town is so familiar with flowers? And one of the things that was recommended to me to help aid with sleep was this so-called elf weed. You can ingest it in various forms, and I decided to pick myself up a little. And then she pulls out the pipe. I decided to pick myself up this to maybe it'll finally, aid with sleep.
Are you asking me to
perhaps?
make a really effective version of it?
Well, I'm going to try it first, but I was just curious if you knew what it is and
Just
such-
Wait on. Hold on. You know, at least from what your mentor used to say, this stuff is apparently great for joints, back pain, and glaucoma.
I will. God damn it!
I advise you to be careful if you intend on smoke.
Please don't smoke it
What?
while we're in here. Please don't do it.
No,
Please don't do
no,
it.
no,
first
no,
Hotboxing
no,
inside the
closed.
wagon.
No. I'm not familiar at all with such things, but I know it's not good to have smoke, even just chimney smoke, inside of closed locations with no ventilation. Of course, I'll only do it outside. I've
No,
not
you
done
don't
it before.
understand.
I'm
If you
curious.
if you smoked in here, you'll get everyone else here high.
Well, I mean,
All
it's just tea. It just puts you to
I'm-
sleep, right?
I'm gonna
Oh,
warn
thank
you,
you.
if you smoke this, do it when you know you won't have to be productive in the next couple hours.
Oh, I was intending on doing it, but just before bed.
And then the capybara whispers into Paul's user. Also tell her to have snacks ready.
Lolo says to have snacks ready.
Siren's gonna see her god.
Hey.
Hey, Siren, how's it going?
Yo, man.
I knew you'd awaken to the radical gush, dude.
Jesus.
I saw Maluna, man. She talked to me. This time it was actually her.
Well, if you do manage to fall asleep after smoking this, I think you will have very interesting dreams.
Oh, that's interesting in and of itself. Good experiment. Yes. If anyone wants to try as well, you're happy to.
I'm good.
Mhm.
Don't you realize, Siren? He threw our whole fish store. They don't threw all our fish. I had to go fish again the next day, and then he ate it all again.
Note to self: regularly check Siren for hallucinogenics.
I love the headcanon that she accidentally stumbles upon drugs and is just like, oh yeah, it's tea.
Yeah, just
Totally
tea,
fine.
right? That was
Tea.
asleep, right? It's like,
Also, Ari.
Yes.
Do you have a token for Shizuka yet?
I think I made a token when I also. Hang on.
You should be able to upload it to your sheet. Players can now do that on Roll20.
I think I did that
Oh,
as
yes.
well. Unless I'm.
No, I just drew your sheet out onto a map, and it did not.
I suppose I didn't. Hang on. Maybe because I usually like I've gotten into the habit of always making tokens when I'm making new characters, but I guess it's for Shizuko for some reason. Give me a second, I'll make one.
Okey-dokey. Do that.
Oops, that's a bit.
There we go. I was in a dead zone the entire time. I was gonna say that if Sierra needed to smoke the good kush, she could do it at the front of the card outside of it.
Upload that.
Uh,
We should be in business as soon as I make a tiny bit of space in my account.
I know those troubles, yeah.
So I have a second account just for that. But switching to it between sessions is the difficulty. Or in the middle of the session. That. There we go. That should work. Okay. I'm getting to the section soon. When you come down, though, it's really bad. Yeah, underdank is really good.
Underdank.
I've got a
Lovely. Okay. There we go. Lovely. Shizuka is in the cart. And the cart, as a result of Shizuka being in there, is at capacity. At least as far as how many people it can seat.
I can also actually, now that I think about it, put Shizuka's picture over in Simple Path.
Oh, good.
Your trip through the city finds yourselves on an alleyway following the directory signs. As you work your way down, there's warehouse. What do you call it? Warehouse 11F, warehouse 12A, warehouse 12B, warehouse 12C. There we go. Right here on your right. Dracula Flow, but it's elephants. Dracula Flow,
Something
but it's
about
elephants.
what?
Dracula Flow, but it's
Dracula
elephants.
Flow, but it's
Yeah.
oh my god.
That's Vaughn's recommendation.
Yes, Dracula Flow 5 just dropped, and it is 20 minutes long.
Yep. I found it the other day.
Immaculate.
I'm devouring the intellects of the unintellectual. I don't know.
To start.
Illithids.
Yes. You're making your way down the road here. This is a little bit further out of the way. You're in the docks now, far away from the market and the general hustle and bustle of the street. No, that's not to say that this area of the city is inactive. It's just not as raucous, and as a result, it's mostly just you see a town crier shouting something about new imports and new tariffs being put in. You see people here and there. A baker out in the front who is wiping the sweat off of their brow. Now's about probably when they are finished. Really getting the last of their product on the shelves. It seems to be taking a break outside. There's a crowd around the crier that is listening in. And further down the way, you see what looks to be the entrance gate to the warehouse, at which there is a guard placed. So yes. You find yourselves. This party loves when I have ideas. Yes. I love it when you give me ideas.
No.
Fantasy poppy that smokes out hypnotic pattern. Now that's an idea. Opium of the masses. Mass hypnotic pattern. But yes, you find yourselves on the road leading up to the entrance of Warehouse 12C. You may now
Let's
move.
approach.
Get there. If you get the
there's
card
a
up
map
to the.
for it.
Yeah.
Why is there a map for it?
Why wouldn't there be?
There was a map for the hag, or for the sandwich.
That's true.
if you bring the card up to the gate, I won't get us in.
Okay, wait, who's this? Oh wait, is that a caller?
That's a town crier. It's the one I mentioned earlier.
Oh. Oh right.
Hear ye, hear ye.
New price tariffs on crustaceans have been enforced. Taxes have been raised by 0.5%. Oh.
Oh my god, I know this guy.
Oh?
He's out.
Which one?
Sorry.
Oh my
This guy-
god.
He's made it to TV.
To TV.
Oh, it's
Alright,
just
enough
a
jokes.
random Ausar. I see.
Yeah.
Any scruffy man with
Oh.
sword is immediately Alsar in Lynn's mind. Alsar, gotta be my favorite gender. Anyways, you continue to move up to the gate at Chizuka's request.
The town crier, seeing the cart moving along, shouts out, "Make way!" And people just sort of like awkwardly shuffle off to the sides.
Are you floor it?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
10 points if you hit the kid.
And intrusive thoughts go. Intrusive thoughts go away.
Here I thought Grim was the intrusive thoughts.
Nah. I mean, yes, but nah.
Intrusive thoughts. THOTS thoughts.
Intrusive thoughts. Very good.
The wagon slowly canters along, rolling as the mammoth horses pull it. People gawk in awe at the sheer size of the horses and the wagon they are drawing. So eventually, you roll to a stop in front of the gate. The rather portly-looking gnome standing there at the gate in his tax collector's outfit, in his tollkeeper outfit, looks up at you, looks down. Yes?
If man, sorry, coming through and like she kind of like has to like go through people to get to the end of the card to jump out. Oops, I did not mean to grab that. Fucking hang on. No, I can't select my token.
Okay.
I can't select the card though.
Interesting. One moment, see if I can fix that very quickly.
I can pull my own token in
I,
if you
I
delete the other
also
one.
can select the cart. That's
Yeah,
new to
me
me.
too.
Counter argument.
Counter argument.
Fucking turn the thing.
I did.
Stop turning the card.
We're
So help me,
drifting
I
the
will
cart
turn
to
this
the
card
crossroads.
around.
Do a barrel roll.
The most
Lord,
effective
this
use
is
of
rich.
Mage
Yeah,
Hand.
if you just delete Shizuka's token that you've got on, I can just pull my own in.
You should be able to control her now.
Well, that also works. Okay, fair enough. I will make my way around. Fuck card.
Yes. How can I help you?
If you would, please. And she like flashes the badge, basically.
The look of immediate and dawning horror on his face of being faced with an royal authority sends the beardy little gnome into cold sweats.
I don't.
Are you sure? Oh, We don't have very much on this warehouse. I'm not sure there's anything the crowd would be interested in.
Can I also descend
It's
from the cart and
Sure.
perch alongside Shizuka? Siren will do so. Boop. Boop.
done.
And she'll look at the. You said it was a gnome?
Yes.
She'll look at the gnome who seems frazzled and say, "Oh no, it's all right. We're just here, on some very casual business. It's really nothing
I
serious. Unless you think there's a reason for
She,
this
like,
to be
sh-
serious.
she
Kind of.
she raises a hand at Siren and kind of leans in, trying to get her to hear, but not the gnome. It's like, keep in mind, people want to know that it's him. So, that said, I think you can leave the matters of the crown to the matters of the crown, if you would.
Oh,
You see very clearly he's trying to find any possible fucking reason to refute that, but cannot.
It's okay. It's not like you're in trouble or anything, unless you're like stops yourself. Is there something being hidden in this warehouse?
Sense motive.
that's what I also wanted to approach to do.
Ah, God. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's like the point of the whole thing is for him to, like, for the people to know there was the crown who, like, absconded, quote unquote.
Mhm.
No, yeah, I was
Like, I
trying to
didn't
do
mean
the
to cut
whole.
you off.
No, yeah, the intention with that was to be like innocently being like, no, it's okay.
For the
Unless you
love
think
of
there's something for
Christ!
us to, like, basically trying to passively
Mhm.
question him to see if he reacts nervously to get a sense motive.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was starting to get that just, but yeah, I'm sorry for cutting you off anyway.
You're good.
Yeah, I
You can still,
rolled a net one.
Siren, considering you've been at least keeping a keen look on this, you can also roll your sense motive if you wish.
Mhm.
Also, Chaga, what's the arcane mark for?
That was for running the whole. Usually, when the king was talking about what to do,
Ah,
3C warehouse.
I see.
Take the fish. That's it.
Okay.
Could
Don't have
I?
any arcane. Listen, it's just a magic sharpie. You cannot stop it.
Magic marker. So, yeah,
Magic word.
I also do a sense, but
sure.
yes.
Yes, the Inquisitor and the sense motive. There you go.
My. Shizuka rolls a 12.
My.
Siren gets an 18. Mallory gets a 30.
Yeah, that checks out.
And Grim throws us a boon, so someone gets a +1. And he threw it when Shizuka was rolling, so
31.
that goes to Shizuka. Shizuka, you have a 13.
13.
The gnome just sort of like, he kind of side-eyes and goes like, no, we never hide anything around. It's just, our wares in here are humble, and you said we're not in trouble, but the crown doesn't just come knocking sometimes, you know? And so he seems genuinely frazzled and worried that he's actually in trouble to you, Shizuka. Siren, there's some doubt about that in your mind? Mallory, he lies with every breath.
All right. Time to cut off his exit by moving the horse here.
The sweating redoubles.
May I roll a perception check to see if anything's off about like his uniform?
Sure.
I would
For
like to-
example, if it doesn't fit him quite right, or
Actually,
if
roll
you
me
know.
knowledge and local on that to recognize his uniform. See if it fits.
You
with-
said he's a tax collector. I just realized
yeah,
that.
tax collector's uniform, or like a toll keeper's uniform, like the kind you would have at a
Toll keeper,
bridge
yeah.
or at a toll booth. Why is a warehouse guard wearing a toll booth uniform?
Yes, that's what tipped me off. It's like,
It looks like, to a layman's eye, it looks vaguely official and might ward off any sort of gaze wondering, well, does he belong there? But you know for a fact that is a uniform of a toll collector, not any sort of official of, like, logistics or, what do you call it, the market here. This guy, that's a uniform from someone you would find out on the road.
Mm-hmm. May I attempt to grab him?
You may. That would be, I believe, an unarmed attack.
Which I don't have in my fucking... Hang on, can I can just roll my CMB, right?
Actually, yes, no. For a grapple, that would be CMB. You don't... I believe you do not have improved unarmed strike or improved grapple as a result.
I do not.
Grim banes it. Lovely. Thanks, Grim. But yes, you may attempt to roll me a CMB roll.
Give me 1 second because I'm checking. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna grab him. I'm not gonna do anything fancy.
Go for it.
Or attempt to grab him.
CMB that shit. You beat his you beat his combat maneuver defense. Quite well, actually. As I'm assuming you just seize him by the collar.
Essentially, yeah. Your humble wares, you say,
Yes.
might you inform me of what those humble wares include?
We're just gonna step down.
Barrels of things and fish and wood and
Things?
textiles and trade goods. Yes.
Everyone get out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
seeing Shizuka just fucking
Yeah.
grab
Mitra-
this guy, I would have just gotten out.
Mitra Voltan's like, cool, violence is starting.
No,
No,
I
yeah.
stop her.
Oh.
Is this what this seems like? This is
No.
what that feels like.
Potentially. One of you, if you could please rummage in around his belt if he has a key. I'm already holding him.
I haven't got a key. Oh, I would have a key. If
Alright.
everyone locked the door, that would be obviously me trying to hide something.
While someone goes for the key,
I may actually. I'm sorry. No, go on, Siren. Go on.
I was gonna ask if I could look around at the other townsfolk that are outside of the entrance to this warehouse and see if anyone is like looking over at us and like trying
there's
to run
definitely people
away or
staring.
like looking a little sussy. If they're just staring, like they don't have any involvement, that's fine. But I'm
Yeah, people
Well,
are
this
people,
lady with the
anyone
voodoo
else
door-
looks.
people are
Is it-
people
Yeah,
are
look,
staring.
this
And
lady-
there's
this
that
lady
there's
with the
that
voodoo staff.
that white-haired, darker-skinned woman over there, sort of leaning against a lamppost with her staff there. One eye is bright white, and she's just sort of gazing at you.
I was gonna ask if I may go over since he's already being grabbed, and instead of searching him, if I would instead be able to threaten him to give up what he has, because that sounds about right. With Vair in tow, obviously, flicking
Well,
his tongue.
I mean, if you want to threaten him, I can do that just fine. You can just take the free time. Take the
You
time.
both are very scary
I
people.
can
You're both
I
very
can
scary
open-
people. We get it.
I have
competition.
magic. I have knock.
I have
I'm gonna
lead.
look. I'm gonna look at Lolo. You know what to do.
No!
I'm going
do
to
not
enjoy sharpening my
just-
teeth.
Just grab the key and open it. Open this door. There's no need for anything fancy.
All right, let's grab the key. Hello. Go through this man's pants.
Also, I would prefer to interrogate this. Also, I would prefer to interrogate this man inside of the building, not in the middle of the street.
Yeah,
And then
this
that-
is a good idea.
Yes,
Holo's gonna snap.
Vair looks at the Holo and says, "Yeah, man. See if he has a wormling."
I
Hollow now attempting to interrogate this man and look, now with the added connotation of trying not to giggle while you rummage through this man's pants.
yeah, Holo is now giggling a little bit at that.
Oh my, is that a key or are you just happy to see me?
It's a key.
He's not happy to see you. It's a
Lol.
key.
Lolo, member, dismember,
Yeah.
fucking capybara.
Yeah.
Member
Whatever may be said about if this man were to in fact be happy to see you, may say some things about his taste in women being held aloft by a woman about twice or thrice his height. Actually, twice, because he's like 3 feet tall and she's 6.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's 6 feet tall.
Yep.
And
He's
yet
also a gnome.
currently has him by the fucking collar, basically up against the door. Yeah. You rifle through his pants, and you find a small iron simple key.
Got the key.
If you would, please.
I'll hand it over.
There are whispers starting to be passed back and forth between the people on the sidewalks. And you unlock the door. As I shall reveal unto you with my polygon reveal tool.
Ooh.
Not to be confused with Polygon magazine.
Damn, these polygons be loading in so slow. Oh.
And there's the front yard to this warehouse.
Okay. Seeing the people on the road throwing, glances and confusion and whatever. Well, she wouldn't clear her throat, but she will raise her voice, saying, "There's nothing to worry about, citizens." And she turns specifically so the fucking royal symbol on her cloak is very visible. It's a routine security check of this warehouse. There's absolutely nothing to worry about.
For a few, there's a look of immediate sort of relief and people relax. Overall, the tension dissolves a little bit. There's obviously still some skeptics in the group and some people wondering, and there's still those who are going to clump together and gossip. But overall, the immediate look of should we get the town guard kind of simmers away.
We do look like a gang.
You kind of look like you're
which is
pulling.
why
You do look like a group that just got out of a very big cart and then just started shaking down this poor little man.
Yeah, which is why I immediately started flashing the fucking royal sim, or the royal symbol on the cloak. Now that the door is open, I'm basically gonna carry this man into the front yard.
How far are you gonna carry him?
What's good? I'm gonna stop right here, and I'm gonna not smash him, but I'm gonna press him against the wooden boards.
On
my
a pile
God.
of lumber, you push him up against it.
Right here.
Now, as I've already made my employer very clear, unless you wish to have wide-ranging consequences for your own health, I would like to ask you the question again of what wares are in this warehouse. And I'll let you roll Intimidate if you want me to.
Absolutely, go for it. Obviously, I can't divulge that. Carrier and client come from. Oh, please don't kill me! It's fine. There's barrels of chemicals. There's alchemist fire. There's fish. There's textiles. There's lumber. Lamp oil.
I will
ambergris.
stop you. I will stop you right there. You don't have your list of. First of all, allow me to give you a hint. Next time you are posing as a gate guard, make sure you wear the correct uniform. Just for the future. Second of all, that first one, why would you be quite dodgy, considering there's alchemist fire and chemicals in there? I would like to ask you, who put you in front of this gate?
Be very careful with what you say, because I will know.
He
As I
glances over
put
to
on
the
stern
side
lines.
from where you're holding him. And actually, I'm gonna just position him and turn him all around a little bit so he represents how you've kind of put him up against the boards. He like glances past you, and then you hear you hear Mitra's voice. And says, "Probably the guy's inside." As she's standing by a window. And
You
there's
know
a
what? I
very
should have checked
the
window.
gnome gives you a very nervous smile through his now very sweaty beard.
That's the surrender.
Names.
You know what? You know what? I should have checked. And when is my bad?
Mitra kind of steps aside and indicates inwards, "Hey, you want to have a look in?"
There,
I'm
Mishra.
like it.
Basically, it's the Chico because she stepped up next to her.
Yes. Yeah, I guess so.
Give me a perception, Chico. So it's a bit of a
Oh,
dusty,
boy.
foggy
Ready.
kind of pane of glass. Old single pane, not the best quality, and also it's a bit dark on the inside. You see some
Low light
flickering.
vision.
You see some like
Something,
lights in
something,
there
low light.
flickering a little bit.
Perception. Oh,
Not
actually
bad.
not bad for once.
Not bad.
Draco, how many do you see?
I don't know, DM.
Let me
What
check.
how many do I see?
About a dozen. And they seem to be shifting barrels and other crates around to what is obviously visibly a hole that has been created in the wall of the warehouse, for which they are reloading through into the back of a wagon.
Ah,
Ah, you know,
Smugglers. Lovely.
what are they doing, Chico?
Loading things through a wall into a wagon.
Okay, we are putting a stop to this. So right now,
Yes,
if you would.
Shizuka, is there a back entrance that they may have placed another cart?
Well, where DM,
I-
where's the wall at? The which side is the wall that the cart's at? Like, would be more towards
Left.
this way or this wall? Left.
Yeah.
Presuming
Far
to
to
the
the back
left
and to the
of the
left.
warehouse.
Vayu and I can head there and cut them off. I'm sure if we enter the door, they're going to try and leave.
I also have means of paralyzing.
I
through
at
magic,
that
so-
point. If this was a dwarf, I would cut off his beard, honestly. But this is just a gnome.
Take his hat.
No. Actually, I have an idea. You know what I have in my inventory?
Is that?
I specifically took into my inventory. Manacles.
Oh boy.
oh, lovely.
I'm gonna shackle this guy, and I just
Gonna leave him there.
for now, yeah.
Okay. You shackle him up.
I shackle him up and basically put him like over here.
Okay. As you place him down and you leave him to think about what he's done wrong.
I will head around at Checo's direction. Is there, from Checo's direction, is there any way to get around to the other side from here?
You could climb.
You could climb over
That's true.
over the walls.
Does one of you by chance have a clear sight of the horses of the guard?
1 second.
Do I?
1 second though.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Shizuka.
Mm-hmm.
It's a
I
rainbow
assume
spell, actually.
when you said you shackled his hands in front of him, like wrists together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I would have put him behind his back because that's safer.
I asked that because you didn't specify.
Yes, I putting his hands behind his back and checking them.
Okay.
Could I ask Shizuka if I could apply a small insurance policy?
Don't kill him.
Of course not. And I will brand him.
Oh shit.
Oh Jesus. Okay.
Oh Jesus! On this little guy?
Okay.
Just
It's
brand
Go
it
ahead.
down.
temporary.
Go ahead and throw that in the chat.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Okay.
It only deals 1 point of damage. It's not lethal unless he was dying already.
It is a fortitude save to negate it, though.
Yes.
He rolls a 20.
No.
So you bring the finger basically to brand him. What are you doing? Like a forehead, hand?
Yeah, like a thumb. Onto a thumb onto his forehead.
Okay. You bring your thumb to his forehead, and you press it into it, and then you see his teeth bite his lip, and then he shakes his head out of the way to like, try and dislodge your thumb. Your thumb ends up actually slipping away, and he screams.
Oh no.
You damn fool, Mallory. I'm
I-
kicking the door in. Fine, we don't have time now.
You damn fool kicks down the door.
Cool. Give me a strength check
I can do that.
because you haven't unlocked the door.
16.
You bounce off
That's
of it.
actually
Oh,
that is
no.
that is literally.
May
one of the
I-
lowest I can roll.
No,
Is
you rolled a
there like
6.
a lock on the outside?
Yeah, there's a very obvious like keyhole. As you bring your boot up, you kick the lock, and the door like rattles, but it's obviously sturdier than you
May
give it
I-
credit for. As you bounce off of it, and you feel the force recoil back through your foot,
Get the
and suddenly
door.
you hear voices elevated inside.
I would,
Alright.
seeing how he failed to kick the door open, I would immediately run up next to him and make use of Jutsu, Strike, Utility Slash, and do a Sunder attempt.
Okay, go for it.
Ooh.
Oh right, I forgot that sundering is a thing.
Yeah,
Can
your
I-
sword
can I
your
already
sword is
enact?
specifically enchanted for it.
No, I know, but I meant that I didn't remember that you could do it to inanimate objects.
Yeah.
That is, I'm sorry, Kari, but that is
greater-
specifically what you can do it to.
Damn.
Yeah, a greater feat, like greater Sunder, would give a +2, right?
I believe so.
Can I ready an action?
Because-
Or would that have been too late?
I'm gonna say at this point it's too late because you are about to, like she's got the blade raised. We are in the portion where she's bringing the sword down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Move down. Fuck it.
Because this is an attack roll with a. Wait, what? How does Sunder work? I've never used Sunder actually.
Sunder, Pathfinder.
It breaks
Yeah,
the opponent's weapons, doesn't it?
It's
Well,
it's
more
specifically
than a
it's for-
weapon, it's just anything.
Yeah, it's specifically made for attacking inanimate objects, which can include weapons.
Yeah, if you
item
do
held
normally
one-
do like
Um,
normally.
You attack. You make an attack. It provokes an attack above. Part of attack action, place in melee. If your attack is successful, you deal damage to the item normally. Damage that exceeds the weapon's hardness is subtracted from its hit points if an object has equal or less. Yeah, there you go. You just make a normal attack. The AC for this is not high, I guarantee you.
Yeah,
Thor.
fair enough. I guess in that case, the fucking fact that it assumes I have the greater Sunder feat for the purpose of this doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna make a regular as Jutsu Strike in that case. Boop. That is the most terrible roll I could have gotten.
shit.
I am
Yeah,
so
That is
sad.
literally the worst you could have rolled.
Damn, this door is defeating us.
Even the door is working against us.
The
This is
door
the-
bane. Okay.
We're just incompetent today, aren't we?
I'm so mad.
Your sword gets stuck in your sheath.
For the-
Okay.
Not-
well,
no.
uh,
There's a little Shizuka, for you, there's a little vibration of no, we were just getting to the good part.
You can speak intimacy for later.
You may
Can I make the weapon attack now with Sunder? 'Cause
I will say you both may now attempt to redo. May both
Okay.
attempt an attack now. Try again.
Alright.
I will say
I
that
don't
sometime
have any action.
Oh, thanks.
you may now ready your action.
I'm
And any other,
active.
and you may all now take 1 action's worth of economy right now before I start rolling initiative. And time still has been passing inside, mind you.
Yep.
Weapon.
And where was I'm really fucking mad at that one because we really don't have the time for this.
Okay, so do you know what? Who's right now? Kari and Shizuka?
Yes.
Okay. Fuck. I don't know which one to pick. Actually, I do. Hey, Kari. Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
Hey.
Aww, but hey, so would have been funny.
I know Kari.
I know. I was fucking teasing.
Yes.
Actually,
Okay.
I need to get distance fast too.
Cool. Cool. So,
Actually,
First of all-
one move.
first of all, I would like everybody to roll initiative for me.
Hey.
Is
And
there
a series
there
of actions is going to go off before we end this session.
Okay.
Is
We're also
there
going
a bonus to haste?
Oh shit! I need
with-
to empty the initiative first.
Quick question: Is there a bonus when you roll haste on initiative? I don't recall. I think
Whatever
there
the
is.
bonus
think
to your
there is.
dexterity is.
I'm gonna post haste for you now.
I don't remember why I have a temp +5 to my fortitude.
Several effects. Made 1 extra attack, 1 extra manipulated weapon. The attack is made and reach full base attack bonus. Perspective.
There's nothing
So
to
did you roll
initiative
over
as
that
far as I
one?
can. There's nothing to initiative as far as I can see, which I find weird.
And whatever
is
bonus
really
you get to initiative is whatever bonus you have from the dexterity increase.
Well, but it doesn't flat increase your dexterity, it just
Right, it
increases
does.
your bonus to attack roll and your AC and reflex saves.
Haste,
Weird.
generally speaking, I understand why it doesn't give an initiative bonus because it's generally assumed you're going to be casting it in combat rather than before it.
You get a +1, so I guess I have an 18 on this instead. Then you get a +1 bonus on
Your
attack rolls and a +1 dodge bonus.
You have a
It's
60
dodge
foot
bonus
move.
and reflex, not to dexterity.
So it's not. Yep, it's not the dex. So I am at a 17 still.
Hey, you're faster.
I am faster, and not
That
only
is very
that, I have a
important.
second. There is one thing that Ikari has always needed. If he can't hit once, he can finally swing again. I now am stronger than ever. I have 2 attacks.
You can full roll.
Okay, now roll Flick's initiative.
I'm angry.
That's not great.
I'm surprised
I'm not-
you rolled lower than me. Okay.
At least I'm not in last in the initiative for the first time. I think this is legitimate the first time. I'm not
By the way,
last.
Vark, what have you been doing, like sidling around the warehouse? Have you been peeking in? You getting an action ready?
Oh, I'm getting ready to jump. First of all, peek through the windows.
Mhm.
And if I find an opportune moment, I'm gonna sidewind them with a flank through the window.
Ooh, okay.
Bard jumps fucking window. I knew this was gonna come and bite the king in the end.
I think he
Well, I
planned this.
mean,
Oh, you think he planned this?
Thinking you. There's no way that this specific warehouse would be the site of a smuggling in.
you underestimate the king's bad luck when it comes to his plans.
Yeah.
Or is it good
The
luck?
king bites hey, so we weren't able to
Yeah,
You
depending
call
on
it
how you
bad
see
luck.
it, good luck.
Yeah, depending on who's looking at it, it's good luck. In his perspective, it's absolutely not.
It's like, hey, so we did your job and well, we stopped the smuggling incident. People love you more now and they just they're trying.
Fuck. Nothing goes right.
I just want to get fired. Maybe we should have just let them be.
Oh my god,
But
there's
you
so
need
many
your
people in
finish.
this initiative.
Said it was a
Jesus.
dozen.
Oh, whoa.
You weren't kidding. I just scrolled down the initiative tracker. It's like, there's so many people.
There are a couple rangers. Wait, is that someone with a gun or is that someone with an umbrella?
We'll find
Better
out.
hope
It's
someone
definitely a
with
bunch. It's definitely a bunch of fucking edgelords.
Eh, they all have their capes and
Their
two
clothes
people
and capes.
with aprons, one Sokka with Earth Nation Sokka. Some guy with a vest. A red
What
rogue,
is-
a blue rogue. Oh boy.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
And
At least-
I will reveal the map now. One moment.
I need to see what my spell. My ready to action. How long does it
Mhm.
last? Ooh, it lasts up. Okay, I got hours on this bad boy. Okay. If this lands.
I would like to point out I've not only wasted a net 20, but also a net 1 on this fucking door. It's fucking.
Duality of man.
What is this? What
So,
is this? Critical
Shizuka,
roll?
this time drawing your blade free, you and Karya both, him bringing them a massive glass-like bastard sword up to heft, and you, with your long katana, draw it straight from your sheath, and in concert, you thunder and shatter this door to splinters, which explodes inwards, to where you see a bunch of shady-looking individuals poised to meet you as they are prepared for your entrance. In the far back, you see a hole where you see multiple people climbing out, some hefting boxes and barrels, handing them hand over hand in a chain as they try their best to make their quickest exit possible. After that, several shots go off as guns fire, as multiple of these individuals are armed with firearms. And
Okay.
they will randomly roll to see who's standing in the doorway they hit. That's between Vair, Karya, Shizuka, and Chaiko.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
You're standing in the doorway,
Stand
Yep.
in the doorway, you're right here.
Yeah,
So for the
and
sake of it, I
the door
really
is
hope that
open.
they hit.
and they are taking fire at anybody who is in their immediate line of sight.
Yeah.
If you would, before you even roll any damages, if you would tally up the number of attacks that are going against me, Kari, and Chaiko specifically.
Yeah.
2 shots to Vair. 1 shot.
Dragon?
What is it? 2 shots to Vair. 3 shots to Karya. 2 shots against Shizuka, and 1 against Chaiko.
So,
Yes, I know
The
you want
one-
to. I know what you want to do.
I want to be cool. Leave me alone.
You're gonna use your I was gonna say. So is this where you
No,
actually,
this
draw
actually
your
is-
sword
this-
and cut the
this
bullet in
ac-
half?
This actually has nothing to do with the Jutsu. I just have the feat for it.
Or arrow catcher or
The-
whatever.
No, not catching.
That's a step beyond.
The shot. Yeah, the shot at Chaiko. The how many was it for us three again? Can you repeat that?
I had 3. Vair had 2.
I
and
can't
Chaiko
do
had
anything
1.
for Vair, unfortunately. Chaiko had 1. Chaiko 1, me 2, and Karya 3. Did I get
Yep.
that correctly?
And Vair had 2 as well. But yeah.
I can't do anything for Vair.
Oh, you can't do
unfortunately.
anything with the dragon, that's fine.
It's just me or targets adjacent to me.
Makes sense.
Luckily, I did get combat reflexes, which means I can make a total of 5 attacks of opportunity, which is all the ones I need.
Oh my god.
Combat reflexes is fun.
Also, what were you
It's a
discussing
feat
about
I'm
adjacent and stuff?
Oh,
it's-
Chaiko is Shizuka has the ability to deflect missiles with her weapon.
Ooh.
And is going to do so, and because she can do so for herself and allies that are adjacent to her. So what she's going to do is going to in a flurry of slashes, attempt to deflect all bullets going for herself and the people next to her.
Yep.
Are you being shot at?
Yes. Yes, we're being
Lynn,
shot at by several guns right now.
Iconic Lynn moment.
Iconic
No, I
Lynn.
was actually genuinely physically not present. I had to.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, you
okay,
got
that
pulled
makes
away.
more sense.
Yes, everybody currently standing in the doorway is currently being shot at.
I will make the 5 attacks. They will all be at 1 higher because I have a bonus to attacks opportunity specifically.
Go for it. Roll them bones.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
If these are higher than the attack rolls, then I deflect.
You deflect 2 shots going to Karia.
Thank God.
You fail to deflect the one going for yourself,
That's okay.
and you deflect the one going for Chaiko.
That's the only ones I care about. I don't care about the shots going. I don't care about the shots going at me, to be honest.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Do you mind if I prioritize Karia and Chaiko with those rolls? Do you mind that, or?
Well, wouldn't make a difference anyway because you failed to deflect the one
Yeah.
going for yourself.
Yeah, that's in that case. That's absolutely perfect.
One shot
so-
goes through towards yourself and one to Karia.
Okay, got it.
As
Shizuka,
Shizuka, in a moment,
or
Sure,
do you
go.
want?
go for it. Absolutely, this is your moment. Go for it.
Yes, I get to be cool. The moment the door opens, and I assume I see firearms leveled against us.
You see the shower of splinters fall, no longer blocking your visibility, and just in that split moment as the splinters fall, and you're looking down multiple different barrels of guns, all prepped for your entrance. Yes.
Immediately in a split-second decision, she goes down in a lower crouching position. Almost faster than you can perceive, the sword she just used to cut open the door immediately goes back into the sheath, and the people next to her immediately hear I need to count real quick. Yeah. Immediately hear Form 5 Raging Sun. And immediately, in multiple slashes, she comes out and cuts bullets in half.
There's a shing, shing, splat, shing, as Kari, you feel burning in your shoulder, and you see one bullet go through Shizuka. Perception, please, from you, Karia.
Can do that. Oh, good.
Oh yeah,
good.
for sure. You're too caught up in like the searing fucking pain at the first time being shot.
Ow.
Yeah, it goes right through your scales. It powers right through your natural toughness, and it just carves through your flesh. We'll see how much damage it does for both of you. This counts as bludgeoning and piercing.
Oh yeah, this is touch because firearm, I forgot.
Yeah, because it's within the first range band. It goes against touch
Yeah.
AC. Because that is a... That is 15 points of damage to Karia.
Ouch.
And 2 ones. 2 points of damage to Shizuka. As
Oh, good.
2 musket balls make it through the rapid steel net that Shizuka puts forward. One seems to shatter against her armor, leaving slivers pressed in between the lamellar plates, and the other bullet goes into Kari and comes out the other side. Anybody behind him will see a hunk of lead splattered with blood roll across the ground behind him. In this case, I think it's
Siren.
specifically
Good job.
Siren that sees this.
Oh no.
As this little
Yeah.
bloody lump comes to a rolling stop at your
May-
feet, and you now see a hole in Aria's back.
May
Yeah.
I respond? May I then say something, or
Sure. As a free action, I'll allow it.
Okay. After deflecting the bullets, she comes back up into a straighter stance, and the sword remains pulled out. And she loudly declares for everybody in the warehouse to hear, "In the name of the crown, you're all under arrest. Resist at your own peril." And when she says that, the blade ignites with this whitish yellow flame, like a blazing sun.
Beautiful. You hear a response from inside the warehouse as a familiar bald-headed man in green pants points at Karia and goes, "You! I remember you! I'm gonna fucking kill you!"
Is that the fucking dickhead?
Yes,
monk?
it is.
Oh my god, he's
The
back.
tower guy?
He's back.
Yep.
The
And
mom.
that's where we leave off the session for today. I'm glad Kari got to have a nice big moment there towards the end.
Yay!
Alright.
We get to end the session with BB Cool.
Oh my god, leave
Hell
that
yeah.
monk to me.
You're supposed to fuck him up.
What's really
Oh, is
what's
that-
really what's really funny is I just remembered, because I'm so not used to having magic, I might have been able to shield and stop the fucking bullet.
You couldn't, because
I-
shield isn't a reaction in Pathfinder.
Oh my god, you're right. That's right.
Wait, it isn't a reaction?
No. It is a thing
No.
you cast, and it's like 10 minutes per caster level.
Oh, you cast it, and during the duration, you are shielded.
You just
Out
have
of-
that +4 magical
Plus
shield
4.
bonus.
Out of curiosity, that perception check that Karia got to roll, is that something that Chaiko could roll as well because she's next to me, or is it not related to me at all?
Sure, it is specifically related to you.
What am I relating?
Yeah, that's why I asked, because she's also next to me.
I mean, yeah.
Perception.
Potentially also,
I figured.
I'd say Siren could too, although it's also potentially arguable that she might be too distracted by the big bloody hole in Karia's back.
I'm just gonna tell you guys right now, I'm blowing that whistle next session.
Chaiko, you saw a big splatter of blood come out of Karia's back as you kind of pulled to the side out of the way of the bullets, and to have the one that was going right for your chest intercepted out of the air by a blade that came through like a silver wind. You saw out of the corner of your eye a great crimson splatter come from Karia's shoulder, and when the bullet hit Shizuka, no blood.
I would like to also point
She's an
out
android.
to also go along with that. I would like to point out she got hit by that bullet and she didn't even flinch. Like there was no reaction at all.
I'm in pain. That hurt. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, you currently have.
Naruhodo.
You feel like someone lit a
Naruhodo.
fire inside your shoulder, Karia.
Yeah, that feels like getting shot.
So yeah, thank you very much. This is where we'll pick up next time as we go full fling into combat.
Good, good.
Yes.
Shame next time doesn't equal next week.
No one can stop me.
Well, no,
I'm blowing
next
that
time.
whistle.
Next time is next week.
Oh, wait,
Really?
it is,
Yeah, because it's the Wednesday. It's the Saturday after that we're canceled because of tournament shit. Yeah,
So
the
it's this
18th is
one?
canceled. 11th is still on.
Yeah. And then 25th resume after the 18th.
Yes. And yes, yes, Grim. It's a damn shame that muskets can't do hollow points.
Fucking lead hollow points. It would be so disgusting.
Instead, you could just make a musket ball that's vaguely hollow on the inside, or make it easily frangible. Kind of the same way they do, like fragmentation musket balls. See if that could work. Yes.
Oh, God,
Anyway.
Grim, why?
Next
Yes.
session, I'm gonna make that monk wish he was dead.
Oh, don't worry, I'm gonna kill him.
Teehee.
Like, Shizuka is built for murder.
Yeah.
Hey,
No,
hey,
no.
Can I click
DM.
twice?
Yes.
I'm gonna send you a DM once I find
You're
the
gonna send me?
thing again. Ha ha ha.
No, okay.
Well, I mean, I can just do this.
Oh,
I
Grim,
guess.
that's awful.
Mi-
Yes,
mi- Mr.
Grim, you will know that there is such a thing as alchemical cartridges in Pathfinder, which are
Well,
basically like
I
super
can't-
special ammunition you can load into musket guns that can fire various elemental and even things like tanglefoot shots.
Mrs. Siren, kill this man.
And
I can't send you an image because my sheet messed up. Not my sheet. No. Ignore me. I'm doing it this way.
Wait, does this chamber have an entrance other than the one we came in through?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, at the back where they've been offloading the crates, I think.
Oh, the back
I
behind. them.
couldn't do the image. I'll do it this way. Dearest DM, take your DM.
I see.
Looks towards.
Good work.
You think anyone could?
Anyway, next week we get into the throes of combat, and we'll see how that works out. Let's see who dies. Thank you very much for playing, and those
Looks
who
like
watched,
Karya.
thank you for doing so as well and for sticking around.
I was.
Having
You have no
Always
idea. The you have no idea as like the players were heading towards the castle. I was getting so fucking anxious. I was sitting here like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Mm.
You're here.
Ta-da.
I've arrived.
No, please
Yes.
rip him a new asshole. For all of us.
I've arrived to be a weeb.
I never realized that. So what class are you playing, Ari? Just out of curiosity.
Legendary samurai.
Legendary Samurai. I have never heard of that ever. What is Legendary Samurai?
Legendary
Where did
Samurai.
that...
It's a third-party reimagining of the samurai class.
Yeah,
okay,
there's
that
a
makes
whole list of classes that have been quote unquote reworked under the term legendary, including things like legendary barbarian, legendary rogue, legendary fighter. Like it's usually like revised, improved versions.
It's kind of
more
in
or
the
less.
same vein as like the Unchained classes.
Yeah. And for samurai specifically, instead of doing the whole thing that samurai did in like the base samurai did with, I think it's a lot about horse riding, if I remember correctly.
Horse riding, a lot of challenges, a lot of intimidation. It was kind of
Yeah,
just
with
a
the
version, it was
challenging.
kind of a weeb version of the cavalier.
Basically, and then legendary samurai goes like balls to the walls with like full anime and gives you like just the strikes and all things like that.
yeah, I noticed that. I was like, Jutsu. I don't remember where that is. And I was sitting there looking around. Like, okay.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys. I'm going to go ahead and transition out for the time being. I will I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and then also getting back to this next week, as this promises to be quite exciting.
I'm so excited.
I'm very excited.
There's a
tomorrow,
punchy
actually.
man that really wants to kill all of you.
Yeah, me specifically, but that's okay.
Like you,
Did you meet this guy in front of like Vox Tower or something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Which honestly, I thought he rotted. So I thought that there was a point
His
where
body
you can't.
rotted.
Yeah.
It
If
did.
you remember,
body
I
rotted.
remember also repeating this at some time recently. When you killed him, sort of golden haze lifted out of his body.
Oh jeez.
Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
I sure do.
That was mentioned at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of batted over a head, honestly.
Death Ward. I
To be
should
fair,
have
there
cut
was a
his
lot
head
going
off.
on at the moment, including Karya's potential death. So you know,
That's
Yeah.
100% fair. Also, DM, I can't wait to use this
Not
spell.
roll.
I'm looking forward to seeing if it has any sort of effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go over to the innings. Hello, Eddie. Beep, beep. Wow. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Oh, yes, tomorrow, Genesis. Be there or be square.